absolutely 0% chance I could do anything else. Everyone is being cringe and cancer as fuck. It's Game Awards time. Sorry. We are going to watch the Game Awards, okay? I can't deal with it. I know there's 20 minutes left, but they're already showing stuff, and nobody, and I mean nobody, wants to miss out on a single second of my fucking soy-facing ad! Oh, Bob! That's it! Game Awards! Focus on this anymore because all you motherfuckers keep talking about the PlayStation event. You did fucking fucking channel. Mommy, sorry. Mommy, sorry. Mommy, sorry. Mommy, sorry. Kirk's assassination day. I forgot. Anyway, we'll get to all of that and more, of course. The real leader of the left. What is this? Stavi baby. That's my goat. Unc, stop what you're doing and listen to the fair use queen's sage advice.
Okay, I don't know how to talk about this. I saw some tweets from, like, I guess Haas Twitter talking about how considering that there's so much, I think even Austin Knox was tweeting about it, considering that there's so much attention and media attention on Hasan right now, I think this is a great opportunity to bring back Hogwatch. Because if you have all these eyes on you, wouldn't it be worthwhile to bring out some of the best segments? Because realistically, the people that like, this is my, again, radical opinion, which is, I feel, I think in order to be a content creator on the internet, you have to be a little bit delusional. You have to feel like you're kind of like in your brain that you can overcome all odds just because of how like statistically unlikely it is, right?
I mean, I do have that. I do got that dog in me, so it works. That is true, though. I think the fair use queen is correct. You have to have that dog in you. And my dog is barking. My dog in me is barking.
Right? Time for Chad Vice. I'm just saying. And I think it's like, I want to bring up this clip that I saw. Someone clipped my stream in a way that, someone clipped the.
You got a political cartoon mention? It's not nice. Yes, Hasan is mean and bites, but his rabbit, but basically he's a good dog. Oh, that's so sick. Wait, what? That's awesome. What the fuck? Dude. Dude, what? That's kind of dope, dude. What the fuck? We got to get this printed out and framed. Wow. This is like actual boomer shit. This means like this means that boomers are all up in this. You know what I mean? Like wow. I don't think you guys understand how important political cartoonists are for my development. I've talked about it before, but like this is literally how I started learning about politics. Like political cartoons, political satire is a huge part of my political development. If I were to reach the Ben Garrison level, that would be peak. If Ben Garrison gave me a mention, I probably would die. Actually, wow. This is bigger than even, getting the Jon Stewart mention, who I obviously love and admire. But this is like, I mean, this was a huge deal. The undead hate you too. The undead. What's wrong with her? Why does she look like that? Loud and clear, beautiful. Oh my God. It's guys that write stuff like that. This is the car guy. I approve of this message. Love you, beautiful. Now, this is a woman who knows. If I see him first, I'll pass your message on, but he might not see it. Maybe I should give him your message first, then mine. I second and double up on that message to H-ass own. Oh my God. Bro, they're coming up with clever and creative ways to say my name. Oh, dude, it's the hot car guys. It's the guys. It's the gals. This is the gas station cigarette addicts. Oh my God, this is the backbone of America. This is a person who probably has a crippling addiction to heroin. Okay, if not meth. Oh my God, look at all the conservative guys that are trying to fuck her too. She's like, you're a babe. There ain't no girls like you around my town, Deborah. Oh, I love you. Oh. Yo, remember how Denim said you should do some hogwash? This is it. This is peak. Okay, this is back to back. I love this. The ending of this
like
TikTok,
everyone being like, Abdul has a ton of work to do mending bridges. Here's the take nuke for you, okay? You are all unbelievably Islamophobic pieces of okay? You literally called the dude a for months on end, and now you're gonna sit there and be like, well, you really gotta come to me now. Like, what are you talking about?
As someone who works so directly in this industry that I have worked with both sides of the argument happening here, I want to talk about the Pod Save America drama happening with their commentary they uploaded on Hasan.
Great Stavi pod. Oh yeah, no, this is a banger. Of course, Stavros Halkias. Rich comedians are less funny. Oh, I love that. I agree with him 100%
It went
on
so
that.
poorly in their own comment section that they took it down and re-uploaded it, hoping, I assume, that it would go better. So let's walk through it and just discuss as a call in today.
Deep paranoia that Democrats so threatened by the rise of democratic socialists and hardcore progressives on the left wing would support Mike Rogers over Abdul al-Sayed.
Right out of the gate, I agree with that point and that point alone so far. However, we're starting out by ignoring his main point, which is that a lot of the establishment Dems were originally running a lot of smear campaigns against Abdul al-Sayed in the very beginning here. Let's see how they address that bulk of the argument.
What the should happen here with Hasan Piker? Like, what should Democrats do? I mean, is this the case where it's like, don't talk about it, but should Abdul al-Sayed continue to campaign with him? We're going to get to, like, his reach in a second, but just as a specific political actor.
All right, so we're still ignoring the main argument being made, whilst ironically proving his second point, which is that the one thing both establishment Dems and the right seem to agree on is that instead of focusing on the actual important issues, it's easier just to continue to freak out about Hasan Piker, thus giving him more power as just a random political commentator.
I don't really know. I mean, at one level, like, I think there's a little irony in, like, the whole discourse being, like, the left needs a Joe Rogan, and then, like, getting the closest thing to it and being like, not like that, not like that, not like that.
I do agree with this point. For so long, everyone screamed that we needed a Joe Rogan of the left, and the second they were given one, they hate him.
The big question is campaigning with. I don't think it makes a ton of sense in a general election, frankly, to campaign with Hasan Piker. If Hasan Piker wants to contribute to the...
Do we have a blast off meme, by the way? Get Chris Hayes on, please. No, he's a hater now. Also, I don't like that he's mogging me. He's too sexy. He's too hot. I can't have him on. He's too sexy. He's too fucking hot. He's too fucking sexy. Let me tell you something, okay? My gym and Fox News is converting me into a HasanAbi head. Let's go. Well, I mean, he's wearing the merch. He's wearing the merch, but hey, fuck it. I went to a Talarico rally last night in Deep Red, West Texas, and he didn't say your name at all. Instead, he talked about billionaires and corruption and corporate PACs controlling our politics. Seems weird. I don't know. Doesn't he know that people just want to talk about Hasan bad? G here owned you on Majority Report today. What'd he say?
Hasan Piker.
Well, yes, absolutely. I condemn him by his choice of clothing. He dresses far too well for anyone in the podcast game. He's been.
Thank you, Lou. Dude, do you see? This is respect. This is respect. I'm telling you. People like the fucking suits, man. People like the suits.
Making the rest of us look bad. He works out, which is again a real attack on the opposed to exercise community, of which I'm a proud member. It's disgraceful. He has a way of like reaching out and talking to ordinary people and getting his message across, which again, you're making us look bad. You're basically a scab against podcasters, and this is the grounds for my condemnation.
That's funny. Okay, well, fair. Anyway, do we have a blast off meme? Chat? Trump wants a mutiny, I think. Yeah, I don't know what he's trying to do. Here. But we're going to be talking about that, obviously. We're going to be talking about the Strait of Hormuz, the Strait of Hormuz. What the hell? I am not using either of these as a blast off me, man. Join the Navy to die for Israel. Join the Navy for Pinoy Bussy. That's crazy. Sometimes you guys are actively trying to get me in trouble. And by sometimes, I mean all the time, dude. I'm not using either of those because I already used the State of Flock in tier 1. I already used that one. So I'm not going to use that. But that's a crazy blast off meme. You know what I mean? Old Hasan would use it. Yeah. Well, new Hasan is now being considered like a surrogate, like a campaign surrogate, just like the leader of the Democratic Party. I don't know, just like craziness. So I can't. What the hell is this? What Ronald Reagan and Jank? Okay, some of your memes have gotten completely out of control. I feel like this community we need a vibe shift. We need a vibe shift in this community, okay? We need a vibe shift in this community. We need to make sure that we just like bring back some joy. Okay, we need to bring back some humor, some laughter, some joy, some culture stuff. Maybe I got to get into some of the stuff that I've been looking at on TikTok. It's been absent. You know, I feel like it's insane what Joy is communist. No, but some of you are actually not behaving like Joy is communist. Some of you are behaving like Joy is bourgeois decadence. It's counter-revolutionary. It's rightist behavior. Some of you want to have a struggle session off of Joy. We must bring back fun, folks. We got to bring back fun. Stop spending every day watching hate on Fox News, please, my man. Yeah, no, we're going to do Hogwatch. We're going to do it all. We're going to bring it back, okay? All right, I already blasted up. Here's your banger. Stop, dude. Oh my God. Oh, guys. That dude is not mentally well. He's gonna fucking you just increase the likelihood that he spirals for another, 4 or 5 months now. You know what I mean? Have you thought about sending this to Fox News? What is this?
And I was like, why are you so obsessed with me?
I mean, that's crazy. That we're not doing that. Anyway, please start watching JCS again. Does JCS still do it? I don't even know if JCS still does it. Wait, personal news? There's no personal news. I just worked out this morning and that's it. You're right. It's funny that you asked like personal news. I don't have any. Anyway, other than that, you're just mad. You have to switch up to a red-pilled capitalist if you can't outbench Abdul by November. I would have to very quickly. Bro, only fucking tweets, post, streams, so pathetic. Yes, I'm a chud-ass loser, bro. I'm a chud-ass loser, dog. What do you mean? You know this. I have nothing going on in my life. I have nothing going on in my life. I have nothing to live for. I just tweet. I'm a chud-ass loser. I'm pathetic. My life is pathetic, okay? The only thing I live for is what I'm doing as a job. This is what I live for. I live to tweet. I will say, though, I mean, it has played a big role, the tweeting and I've been threading, too. Because here's the thing. The only I don't know what the fuck Kai is doing. I don't understand it. And she just keeps walking in and out over and over again. Okay. Anyway, here's the blast off. But as far as personal news goes, I've been tweeting a lot. I've been threading even because like I have been I've been monitoring the situation on these social media applications, all of which are owned by right-wing weirdos. Okay? Yeah, Unk is on Threads. It's true. Not me seeing Hasan clapping back at people on Threads now. Oh, he's fed up with you guys spreading misinformation and lies on him? Yes, 100%. So the reason why I did that is because Threads is owned by Mark Zuckerberg, who obviously is, that's the Instagram, Twitter equivalent, who also is pro-MAGA, right? And very pro-Israel. Elon Musk is pro-MAGA and pro-Israel. He owns Twitter. And TikTok is now owned by the Ellisons, which is also pro-MAGA and pro-Israel. Why am I talking about this? Am I talking about this specifically because this is going to be yet another broadcast where I talk about, oh my God, people are attacking me. That sucks. No, that's not the reason. The reason why I'm talking about this is because I watched this TikTok last night and it fried my brain. And it didn't fry my brain. It rather zapped me back into consciousness where something clicked. This content creator perfectly demonstrates what I've been feeling, what I've been thinking, what they've been doing. And I think it dovetails into a broader issue with like Drew Afuelo, I believe. I'm not entirely certain as to what that drama is. I think it has something to do with trans women and cis women. I'm not familiar. I haven't seen it. I haven't really been on TikTok other than just like reposting random clips, right? So this TikTok perfectly demonstrates what is going on.
Have become so fucking conservative and you don't even know it. Like, you're not even aware of the fact that you're spouting conservative talking points, you're spouting conservative propaganda, you're interacting with conservative creators, you're interacting with conservative run smear campaigns against other creators. Like, I feel like I've fallen into an alternate timeline where everybody just stopped thinking. You all just stopped fucking thinking. Well, maybe Jules LeBron should have handled her money better. Okay, I still think she deserves to ask for help. I still think there's literally nothing morally wrong with coming online and asking for help with medical bills. Do you think there is? Well, yeah, because she's asking her minimum wage her fans that work minimum wage job. Yeah, that's how crowdfunding works. You donate $1 or you don't, and you scroll and you don't have to donate anything. Nobody's holding a fucking gun to your head. Like, Drew Afuelo said on a podcast that, yeah, that's a clip that was posted by a conservative podcast from a year ago. It's a targeted smear campaign, and you all fell for it. You're all falling for it. Oh my God. Well, Nara Smith isn't actually a trad wife, and like she's actually not a trad, and she was never a trad wife because she always was making her money. Okay, yeah, it's propaganda. And then you guys are literally doing the work for them, and then you want to claim to be left. You want to claim to be left leaning. You want to claim that you're anti-MAGA and anti-Trump and whatever, and then you think the fucking same things that they think.
I have no idea what this lady is talking about. Okay, listen. You don't even have to know what she's talking about to completely understand the underlying concept. The concept that she's addressing is this newfound phenomena amongst people, especially Gen Z, that get their fucking notes online, who don't realize that they're actually being duped into taking conservative positions. Okay? A lot of people get flamed or agitated through clip culture by conservatives and very right-wing algorithms owned by Zionist pro-MAGA billionaires who I think are deliberately doing this, okay, into taking reactionary positions without realizing it. There are a lot of people who are self-identifying like liberals, self-identifying wokes, self-identifying leftists, who end up getting manipulated into doing the bidding of the right wing. Okay? And I don't think this is like a far-fetched conspiracy at all. Now, you might say, oh, dude, who cares about Drew Afuelo, or who cares about this person, that person? These are all content creators. Fuck them. Here's the thing. It extends far beyond that. And if you're in this community, if you're in my community, especially for a long enough time, you've already seen exactly how this has happened. There are so many people on the quote unquote like broader liberal spectrum, self-identifying liberals, apoliticals, people who are like kind of woke, people who don't fuck with Trump, who just have this revulsion towards everything that this community demonstrates, everything that this community stands for. Where did that come from? It came from a lot of slop tubers and a lot of apolitical content creators for the last couple of years, actively putting the beat on anything that I represent as being like a manifestation of woke. Okay? People, without realizing, assume right-wing positions. People, without realizing, assume, what is this? Okay, whatever. That's fine. Who gives a fuck about that? No, but like, people without realizing take contradictory positions that are antagonistic to their broader worldview, especially when they're like very open-minded to certain concepts, certain socially progressive concepts, and they end up taking like a very reactionary stance, and I think that slowly but surely feeds into young Gen Z people, apolitical people becoming dumbass chuds. Okay? And it's somewhat of a terrifying predicament. That's what I'm actually worried about. I'm very worried about it because I'm worried that this happens in the T space as well. This happens in the fandoms as well. Snark is another great example of this. Like, there are so many different avenues where people end up falling victim to reactionary propaganda, reactionary points of view, even if they themselves are like, even if they are personally not chuds, right? They're woke, broadly speaking, but they fucking constantly repeat.
You might have seen my recent interview with the.
This is Alluring Skull's take on this. Christian, is that what it is?
Sayed.
Hi, I'm Jory, and I'm here with Abdul Al Sayed, running for U.S. Senate.
I was in Michigan for the Democratic primaries, campaigning for progressives like Will Lawrence, Donovan McKinney, and Abdul Al Sayed. And much like I was in Michigan, today I am in Florida doing the same for the progressives that are here. We have Oliver Larkin, Angie Nixon, and Elijah Manley, all of which are trying to flip Florida blue. They're ready to fight for access to healthcare, housing, and better wages. But
the fuck's this video, Christian? What? Are you here? You're not. What is this fucking video? This video has nothing to do with the topic at hand.
Times that I've been asked to weigh in on the Drew Offwalla situation, and to be very candid, what I'm focused on isn't a.
Oh, this is the Drew Offwalla situation. Okay. I'm not entirely tapped in on the Drew Offwalla situation, so I haven't even made up my mind on it at all. I don't know anything about it. Is this going to be a fair shake? Is this going to be explaining the drama, Christian? Just watch. She has the correct take. Christian is trying to become top gay again. Do you guys see that? Do you guys see what he's doing? Y'all see what he's doing? He's literally trying to be top gay. He got. Oh, you're decentering men? Okay. Yeah, he's now doing production work out here. That's crazy. Damn, Kornacki got to him. Yeah, you see, Steve Kornacki's gay. He went up in the ranks. Okay. He's processing it. He's coming to terms with it. He said he's decentering men. Why are all your gays research assistants? Let Christian dance. That's true. Well, I just you guys just see him as a dancer, and there's so much more to him than that. He also Caroline touched on this too recently. Here, I'll look at what Caroline was talking about too.
Hong, that were not attacks coming from liberal media and from the right, but were attacks coming from the left. I think that there may have been something to do with her being an Asian woman. I'm just going to say that because that is real. That is real. And I'm going to speak on that. And that is the type of shit that people need to.
It definitely feeds into it for sure. It 100% feeds into it. You know? Look, these are implicit biases. You can't make you can't make it the primary fixture of your campaign. You can't make it like the number one issue or anything. What is this? Will Lawrence, GOP is using Michigan lefty and swing district house race once gushed over Hasan Piker. You're the man. I've met this guy. Wait, what? Oh my God. Bro, I didn't even know I met him. Hey, yo, that's crazy. Yes, at the Abdul student rally. How is this an attack ad, dude? Yeah, no, I disavow Will Lawrence. He's here. How about this? He is a dangerous moderate, and I hate that, and I disavow him. And yeah, that's it. I disavow Will Lawrence. Is that good? Here, yeah. He's not a real one. I mean, I actually am kind of annoyed that he dropped the DSA thing. That's like, yeah, oh, look at me. I let my DSA membership lapse. Okay, fine. Yeah, I disavow him. Also, I don't like that he's taller than me. What the fuck? Why is this guy taller than me? What is happening? I'm the tallest leftist, okay? Emily Jasinski has your back, Hasan. What is this?
Let's talk a little bit about wokeness.
Damn, okay, breaking points. Relax, bro. At least your beard can touch your nose. Anyway, let's get back to it. So yeah, there's definitely an element of Francesca Hong being an Asian woman that played a role in this, but my point is a little bit broader, right? My point is a little bit broader than that. I'm not even talking about that necessarily. I'm talking specifically about how liberals and how leftists sometimes even don't realize what kind of media that they're consuming and get fucking duped by it. And they end up developing resentment towards their allies, resentment towards certain positions. And I do think that there was more to the clip, man. Okay, guys, shut the fuck up. I'm sorry, okay? God, I can't even make a fucking point. You're like, no, finish the Caroline clip. Jesus Christ, shut the fuck up.
That is the type of shit that people need to unpack. They need to examine within themselves, especially if you're someone who thought that Graham Plattner was a great candidate, or even if you didn't necessarily think.
Here, I'm decentering men from the broadcast. Okay, it's just Caroline. It's just Caroline's broadcast, guys. Okay, is that good? Can I get a fucking word in edgewise? Can I? In my own goddamn stream without everybody fucking playing backseat producer. I sound like Mark Levin. Life, Liberty, Levin, the great one. What the fuck is wrong with all of you? Fuck you.
A great candidate. You were still defending him even when there was the Nazi tattoo and him talking about how much he loved killing brown people over in the Middle East and that he wishes that he could have been there for Nam. That he then when the abuse allegations started coming out, I'm just saying, I think that it is important to examine your.
Great clip, guys. Great clip you clipped, Clipper. Didn't even end the fucking point.
I don't give a shit about Hasan Piker. I don't give a shit about.
Watch the entire VOD. Okay, I am going to put you on a rocket ship. All right. All jokes aside. I get the point that she's making. The point that she's making is that, like, look, if you were unbelievably gracious to Graham Plattner, even after, a bunch of accusations started coming out, but you don't offer any of that to someone like Francesca Hong, you're being a little bit of a chud. And yes, it is quite literally because she was an Asian woman that absolutely plays a role in it. But it goes beyond that. I think you're going soft on chatters with bad clips. I know I should fucking put them on a spaceship. Oh, you say, okay, take a day off, my Yakmason. I'm going hard. So it's that there's definitely did Hong have allegations? No. The point is, we are not gracious enough. We are not gracious enough to people on our side, people closest to us, and we end up dropping the ball a little bit. It's fine. This is not even about Francesca Hong. I don't know how the fuck we got to Francesca Hong. It's because I was watching the Caroline clip. But my point is this. Okay. we're getting duped. We're getting duped. We're getting manipulated by right-wingers. We're getting manipulated by right-wing algorithms designed by sometimes, pro-Trump and oftentimes pro-Trump and pro-Israel billionaires. Zionist billionaires who are pro-Trump have literally purchased all of our social media algorithms, and I think they're tweaking it. They're tweaking those algorithms to make us divided. They're tweaking those algorithms to make us fight one another. And the reason why I wanted to bring this up, the reason why I'm talking about this is because it dovetails into this point that I was trying to make, right? There's a broader point, and I'm actually going to start off by offering a little bit of defense in the most unique switch up of all time to David Crowley. Okay? That's right. Data Dave. I am going to talk about the Cardinal Seer David Crowley himself, who's, of course, defeated our candidate Francesca Hong. Data Dave Crowley. Now, why am I talking about this? Because they are about to do the exact same thing. The Democrats are going to fuck this up if they don't act right. Okay? I tweeted about this earlier this morning after having a little bit of a convo with Dave Weigel. Okay? David Weigel and I had a brief back and forth on the timeline, and I've been endlessly thinking about that. So one, I said, so many people on TikTok threads on here, all owned by pro-Israel, pro-MAGA billionaires, think they're liberal or woke or whatever and absolutely get duped and repeat talking points designed by the right to constantly hit their left flank. I think the country is going to go more right-wing unless we get more diligent about this, right? And then this guy says, insane levels of mental rape. It's like, dude, you use terms like mental rape. I don't want to fucking hear from you, okay? Like, I'm sorry. It's like, what do you mean? Oh, you're not a person I want to be around, okay? You're gross. Please stop. That's it. I check out. So the reason why I'm bringing up Data David Crowley is because David Crowley got clip chipped. And I even played a little bit of a role in this, okay? And I want to talk about it, right? I want to talk about David Crowley's broad perspective on data centers and what the shortcomings of it are, but also what his full assessment is. Okay? So, and what this means for the conservative, the conservatives and what their goals are. So if you've been paying attention to the race so far, what's the one thing that you know about Dave Crowley? You know he's Data David Crowley. He loves data. He loves AI centers. He wants it in their backyards, right? He wants Wisconsin to be a hub for data centers. Now, why do we think this? Well, partially it's because he said it, right? He said it on numerous interviews. He's said this himself on numerous interviews, right? Like he's been asked, like, what's the number one difference between you and Francesca Hong? And he goes, I love data centers, right? He keeps saying it over and over again. DC, David Crowley, DC, data centers. However, there's more to it. There's more to it. There's more to the story. And even I responded to this. I said, because after a Politico report came out, it said, David Crowley reiterated after winning the Democratic Party, he will not embrace the moratorium on data center development that Francesca Hong ran on. No moratorium, Crowley said in an interview. Now, here's the problem. Tom Tiffany has been pivoting and at least making himself seem like he's anti-data centers, or at least more anti-data center than David Crowley. Tom Tiffany's been hitting him hard on this. Tiffany launched his campaign in Mosinee with a hard line on data centers and attacks on Democratic opponent. To which I responded with, David Crowley, I know you hate me, but please don't do this. People fucking hate data centers. 76% of Wisconsin thinks the cost outweigh the benefits. Even Tom Tiffany is lying about taking a hard stance against them. So here is the problem. Okay? Here's the problem. David Crowley is not anti-data center, but neither is Tom Tiffany. As a matter of fact, David Crowley and Tom Tiffany have the exact same point of view on data centers. This is an issue. This is an issue, okay? Because Tom Tiffany, the Republican, is presenting himself as the anti-data center Republican and attacking David Crowley as the pro-data center Democrat. This is a huge issue, twofold. And it's identical to what happened in 2024. Both parties were pro-Israel continuing its genocide. One party was responsible for the genocide. It was the Democrats. And the Kamala Harris campaign refused to cut the dead weight, refused to pivot, refused to say that they're against genocide, right? And what did Donald Trump do? Donald Trump was not interested in actually stopping the genocide. He continued it. We know he's the president now, right? But during the campaign, he presented himself as the peace candidate. He presented himself as the peaceful dove. He even went to Dearborn and said, I'm going to end the war. He sent letters that I have seen photos of. He sent handwritten letters to community leaders in Dearborn, lying to them, saying he's going to do everything in his power to bring Israel to heel. A lot of this conversation gets forgotten, okay? And what did the Democrats do? Democrats brought the AIPAC attack dog, Richie Torres, Jeffrey Epstein's friend Bill Clinton, to Michigan to campaign on how pro-Israel they actually were. You have to remember, you're positioning yourself in a very short period of time as for or against a particular position. If Republicans at least dignify their audience and lie to them, and the Democrats constantly take this like unbelievably centrist position, okay, then of course people who are not paying close attention to anything are going to go, well, okay, I never thought I would vote for a Republican, but he's the one who's anti-data center. This is the issue. This is the problem. Do you understand? So there should be no world where David Crowley and Tom Tiffany have the same position on data centers. Okay? David Crowley should be objecting to more data centers being built. He should be objecting to it. He should be in favor of the data center moratorium. But the problem is Tom Tiffany is using his centrist message on this against him. Just like the Republicans, just like Trump used Kamala Harris's centrist messaging or pro-war messaging against her. Please wake up. It's not clip chimping. David said all of this. He wants to subsidize data centers. I know. The problem is Tom Tiffany has the exact same position as David Crowley, but Tom Tiffany is attacking David Crowley on his openly pro-data center points. Tom Tiffany is smart enough to at least say that he's anti-data centers while he's very clearly pro-data centers, and then turning around and shitting on David Crowley for having the same position. My point is, this is bad policy and bad politics. Democrats, wisen up. Wake up. It's so stupid. It is so unbelievably stupid. Democrats are behaving in the exact same dumbass ways that they did in 2024. Okay? They're doing it again. They are going to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory once again. Crowley is not allowed to be for a data center moratorium because he's not paid to be for it. He's paid to be pro data center. He can't lie because they want him to lend legitimacy to the idea that pro data centers can be progressive. I understand that. I know that he is an empty suit, but my point is, you're going to fucking lose the race. You're going to lose. You are going to lose to the Republicans if you do this. You are going to lose to the Republicans if you do this. Please do not do this. That is my warning to the liberals. I know you don't fuck with me. I know you think I hate the Democratic Party, and I know you think I'm an op or something, but like, you're going to fucking lose. I said this in 2024 as well, and people just did not fucking listen, and they're not going to listen once again. And we're going to say, I told you so. Here it is. You're doing it again. Oh, I'm just so tired, man. I'm so fucking tired. But anyway, this is what the Republican strategy is. Okay? The Republican strategy is very clearly in the midterm elections, not just to like center me as like the figurehead of the Democratic Party or something like that. Their goal is to divide the base of the party. Their goal is to divide the base of the party between the left activist base that clearly is agitated, clearly wants change, and have actually showed up in massive numbers so far in the primaries all around the country. The Republicans are going to try to go to those people, our community, and tell those people, look how bad the establishment Democrats are. Look how dog shit the establishment Democrats are. Look how right-wing the establishment Democrats are. You should sit this race out. You should sit this race out. That is what they're going to do. And then in Michigan, they're going to do the exact opposite. In Michigan, they're going to go to the black communities. They're going to go to the Jewish communities. They're going to go to the rural communities where there's like, kind of racially charged white folk out there who may or may not like Islam and, Abdul el-Sayed. That's a weird name for me. And they're going to try to get them to believe that Abdul el-Sayed is this dangerous radical, this Islamic jihadist. And they're going to try to get them to stay at home or maybe vote for Mike Rogers. They know that, black people are not going to vote for Mike Rogers, but at least they're going to try to get them to stay home and not vote for Abdul el-Sayed. And that's exactly what's going on. That is the message. That is the strategy. Okay? Don't just assume that it's not going to work, by the way. That would be silly. Okay? That would be silly. Do not underestimate our opposition. They are smart. They are conniving. They could not win with their dog shit agenda if they weren't at least smart enough to dupe people. Okay? So here's the issue. Yeah, Fox keeps saying that their goal is to try to get black people to vote for Republicans, but the real goal is for them to stay home. They're not, like, black people are not going to go out and vote for the white supremacist party that's like openly running on racial agitation, right? That's not going to happen. That's ridiculous. So that's the other point that I want to make. Okay, this is a broader point. I said, I think Wisconsin going to the centrist Dem and Michigan going to the left is about to be the biggest test for unity and victory in 2028. Republicans are done. Trumpism is repulsive. People want changes. And more importantly, people want to punish Trump. But in Michigan, the GOP is trying to keep moderates at home. And in Wisconsin, they're trying to keep the left at home by, doing clip compilations, clip chimping and the like. Let your anger for Trump and GOP be your North Star and don't fall for it. If both of these seats aren't won, the 2028 candidate will also lose to the GOP. Okay? Like what they're trying to do is, because broadly speaking, if I were to put my Nate Cohn hat on for a second, okay? If I was a Nate Cohn head, all right? New York Times, Mr. Needle, Mr. Data Guy. What I would say is largely this. The Democratic Party's base of support is comprised of the quote-unquote activist left and also more moderate voters. The more moderate voters simply don't want Republicans to win, okay? They just don't want the Republicans to win. They're the electability guys, okay? They understand that the Republicans cause chaos. They're pretty bad. Like, Republicans are pretty bad. But they're also a little bit older. They have a little bit more of a nest egg. Oftentimes, these are homeowners or, owned and operated small business owners and the like. These are people who live in, like, more rural areas or suburbs, right? Some of them don't have a college education. Many of them are retirees. Those guys can be duped into not voting. Those guys could potentially get a little scared if the candidate is being presented as a dangerous radical who wants to open up the prisons and allow pedophiles to roam the streets. Like, they're old. These are old people. Some of them are your parents, right? Some of them are your parents. Not every single one of them has the same understanding of this like media environment that we now exist in. They're more likely to fall for AI ads. They're more likely to believe shit that they see on their timeline. Okay? So that's one part of the base. Abdul needs to win those guys, right? The left needs to be able to go to those communities and be like, hey, I'm a normal guy. I'm a cool guy. I'm super chill. I just want to make sure that, your grandchildren have a better future. Right? I want your grandchildren to have a better future. That's what we're fighting for. These guys are lying. They're Republican. They're insane. Okay? And for the record, I have endless amounts of faith in Abdul. I think he will be able to accomplish this 100%, especially because, again, these are some of the most loyal partisans out there, right? Many of the people that voted for Haley Stevens in the primary are some of the biggest, most loyal vote blue no matter who partisans. I don't think that they're going to be geared enough or tuned up by Republican attack ads enough that they're going to be like, I am not voting for this guy. This guy's a scary radical. He's a dangerous terrorist, right? Here's one great example of this, by the way. I mean, here it is. Yeah, I'm no fan of male Muslims. Not to say all are hateful Muslims. Politically, I'm no fan of Muslims that are connected to their country running for any political office. We are not their people, just know. So I read the above post. At first, I thought it was a fake story to get people to think he's a good person. But I read the whole story. Then I looked up the profile of the person who wrote the post. Guess what? We have a mutual friend in the animal rescue world, a person I respect. This friend once worked at our animal control here in Panama City, Florida. Jim was instrumental in working with me and our local Humane Society to partner with the Humane Society, of which I was the president of at the time, to pull dogs and cats out of animal control, a certain amount every couple of weeks. Anyway, if Melissa Miller says Abdul was an advocate for the animals that came into the shelter he worked at, then I accept what she says about Abdul caring to make a difference for these homeless animals. That gives me hope that Abdul won't go socialist during his term. Thank you, Melissa, for the insight. Now, guys, stop saying racist piece of shit. Stop. Remember, these are just regular Americans, okay? Not everyone is going to have all of the correct opinions. It's just, it is what it is, okay? It is what it is. This is good. We take those, okay? Shh. Stop freaking out. But those are the people that you got to worry about. Those are the people who you got to worry about. There are clearly people out there who have their shortcomings about, Abdul's background. They hear Muslim. I mean, we're talking about 25 years of Islamophobic propaganda. If you think that some boomers and some Gen Xers are not going to feel some type of way about Islam after all of that, you're wrong, right? I know that this is the environment that I exist in. My name is Hasan, right? I know this is the environment that I have to exist in. It's just there's nothing you can do about it. You just have to put in the work and work through it. Okay? So, instead of getting mad about this, your takeaway from this story should be that we need to repeat that over and over again. We need to be able to repeat that all up and down the state. Do you understand? So, you're doing it again, being too overly charitable? No, brother, I'm not being overly I'm not being too over charitable. I'm being pragmatic. I'm living in the real world. The real world has a lot of people like that. Those people are closer to the average median voter than you are, okay? It sucks. That's why I also appreciated Zoran for eating it for the longest time. They were saying heinous shit about Zoran. The attack ads were heinous. How do you think that makes me feel? I was used against them too. How do you think that makes me feel? I'm also a fucking 34-year-old Muslim socialist. You think I like seeing someone who is that close in representational politics to someone like myself being called a fucking a terrorist every goddamn day? No, it doesn't feel great. 35-year-old now. Yes. It doesn't feel great at all. But it doesn't matter because you just got to fucking eat it. You just got to eat it at times. I feel like you're saying all this is going to be perceived as you trying to get everyone to go easier on you personally. We already know how disingenuous they are. Yeah, I don't care about how people perceive what I'm saying. I'm talking to you guys, and I'm talking about the trends that I am experiencing, the trends that I'm seeing, the trends that I'm observing. Okay? So we're the only salesman in the woods then? We have to eat the shit? Yes, at times you have to. That's called taking on the emotional labor. Remember? That was a woke one holdover. Yeah. Because you're making an argument to people. You're trying to bring people to your side. Okay? That's how you do the work. That's how you do it. Sometimes you got to eat it. It sucks. But it's true. I do it all the time. Right? So the reason why I brought it up is because like right now, the entire anti-Trump forces in this country are facing the exact same type of attack. And there are a lot of people who are oblivious to what's going on. And because I'm at the heart of this attack in some ways, I have experienced it personally, so I'm seeing it and I'm warning against it. I'm warning against it for the liberals that encounter what I have to say and maybe have developed this very negative attitude. I'm warning the members in my community as well. I am warning everyone. Tom Tiffany and David Crowley have the exact same position on data centers. They're both pro data centers, okay? With a crumb of regulation. This is a major mistake for David Crowley. He needs to communicate a different position from Tom Tiffany and start badgering Tom Tiffany over the head. Start bullying Tom Tiffany with Tom Tiffany's pro data center position. Okay? It's fair analysis, but Crowley told us he doesn't want our help. It doesn't matter. Are you Neera Tanden? Are you also a drunk loser working for the Center for American Progress? Who gives a shit that David Crowley said? David Crowley could come out and be like, I hate Hasan. I will fucking ban him from the state of Wisconsin. That's not going to change my perspective on this race. Okay? I've never done that. I mean, look at me now. The Democrats, or at the very least, a lot of the establishment Democrats, have openly demonstrated their enmity towards me, and yet I'm still telling you what my position is. I'm still telling you how to make progress. I don't care. I don't care that they fucking hate my ass. I don't give a shit. I don't want Republicans to be in charge. It's that simple, because I can think beyond the immediate race. I can think beyond David Crowley losing, and then maybe some people on the left feeling like it's a moment of progress, or it's an opportunity to say, I told you so to those establishment Democrats, because many of you weren't around in 2016. Many of you weren't around in 2020, and many of you only started paying attention in 2024. These motherfuckers don't care. They're still going to say the left is the reason why we lost, and they just didn't vote for David Crowley. Okay? They don't want to learn any lessons. We just have to defeat them later down the line. Okay? The way I'm looking at the David Crowley situation is, if he wins, it's a trifecta. And there's a higher likelihood of redistricting the state of Wisconsin. It's going to make it harder for Republicans to win the state of Wisconsin. These things take time. Okay? But that's ultimately a good thing, especially considering that next time around, someone like Francesca Hong, or Francesca Hong herself, is going to have a much easier time winning a seat of power in the state. Okay? Do you understand? What's the difference between Crowley and Tiffany, really? I mean, he's not an election denier. He's not a Republican. He's going to sign off on a lot of the stuff. He's going to sign off on a lot of the stuff that the Democratic majorities in the fucking House and the Senate are going to push for. Like, there are differences. There are differences that are not significant enough for the average voter right now, unfortunately. But if you're asking me sincerely, like, what are the differences? Like, yeah, of course. You're not voting for David Crowley. You're voting for redistricting. You're not voting for David Crowley. You're voting for, you're voting for the agenda of the Wisconsin Democratic Party to be passed. And that is a good agenda, broadly speaking. There's going to be bad elements in it, like the pro-data center nonsense, right? But ultimately, there's good in there as well. So that's it. That's the problem, though. The problem is most people don't want to fucking see it. Most people don't want to recognize it. And I can't propagandize for David Crowley anyway. If David Crowley's out there being like, I love data centers, I want one in my backyard, I want to hug and kiss data centers, I'm in love with a data center, I love ChatGPT. If he's doing that shit, then yeah, of course, Tom Tiffany, who has the exact same fucking opinion on data centers, is going to be able to go, see, my opponent loves data centers. Anyway. Yeah, look. Tom Tiffany already found another clip.
Mentioned. And so I do think that there's an opportunity for us to really become AI and a data hub for not only for the entire country, but for the entire globe, and really sets us really apart in making sure that we can continue to invest in businesses and companies here.
It'd be easier for someone like Hong to win if Crowley loses. Why should we keep rewarding the electability argument? Again, it doesn't matter. It does not matter. Okay? I'm just giving you my approach and my commentary on this issue. I don't care. I don't think that that's the case anyway. It's not a fucking zero-sum game regardless, but it is, once again, terrible for the centrist Democrats to run on this shit. The problem is, judging by what Tony Evers said, I don't even think they think this is bad. I think they're out of touch to an unbelievable degree where they fucking think that it's good to be pro-data center. Here's a few things. 1, redistricting also increases our chances to gain power. 2, Democrats being in power and being cowards and corporate stooges increases our chance of winning now that people are paying attention. I agree. My point is this. I'm not going to cover this stuff too much. Because, like, obviously, look, the candidate I wanted to win didn't win. The candidate I wanted was Francesca Hong. I stumped for her. I rallied for her. She lost by an ass hair. She lost by a very tiny margin. Okay? But that doesn't mean that politics stop existing for me in the state of Wisconsin. Right? It's no different than the 2024 Kamala Harris mistakes that they're repeating. So I'm going to use this as an educational moment for everyone that's tuning in, everyone that cares about this race, everyone that wants to understand what the flaws are. Okay? That's a major issue. But it's also a teachable moment because they are pulling off the Republicans are pulling off the exact same thing in both of these races. Logs, you always talk about how politicians should earn your vote. How is voting for the lesser evil a horrible concept? Why is this any different? It's not. It's not. I'm making the argument for hopefully all of the Democratic consultants that despise me that are coming in here to be like, oh, what is this asshole saying today? To recognize that this is a major mistake. They're not going to, but I'm going to say it nonetheless, okay? I'm putting it into the record right now. I want David Crowley to take on some of Francesca Hong's platform and policies, one of which would definitely be to sign on board with a data center moratorium. If he doesn't do that, because a data center moratorium doesn't mean we just stop building data centers. It means we stop building data centers before we actually identify exactly how we are going to build said data centers. Okay? That's the real secret here. A lot of people don't realize that, like, even the data center moratorium is not about, like, not building data centers ever again, right? It's not the point. The point is to identify some of the problems with data centers, to identify exactly how, the AI industry is displacing the labor force, to understand the environmental impact. It's a moratorium to develop the accurate regulatory mechanisms. It's also an unbelievably popular. It's an unbelievably popular policy. Okay? It's good policy and it's good politics. So, of course, Democrats are refusing to abide by it. In any case, it blows my mind that this is a 75-25 issue, and the Republicans are at least smart enough to position David Crowley as the pro-data center candidate, and people don't even realize it because the Democrats are fucking it up again. Chad needs to realize that Wisconsin has had Republican majorities in its state house and state senate. If Tiffany's the governor, they can do everything that every other red state has done: cut healthcare, cut taxes, persecute trans people, defund public schools, and restrict abortion rights. The other side of this problem is that David Crowley is simply taking this position. David Crowley is taking the data center position not because he just loves data centers, even though it comes across like he certainly does. Okay? Data center David Crowley is taking this position because he just doesn't want the expenditures coming in and destroying his race. Okay? Data Crowley is worried. It's the same with Israel. Like, none of these guys are that loyal to the state of Israel. They're just scared of money. They're scared of outside money coming in and deploying the money cannon in their races, where it makes it a lot harder for them to win said races. Okay, that's it. And the same goes for data center Crowley. He wants the corporate money to be spent in his direction, not against them. You understand? They'll be known as David Centers in the state of Wisconsin. Yeah, maybe. Anyway, it's just bad. It's just really, really bad. It is a really bad predicament to be in. And Democrats, at least the centrist Democrats in this instance, are falling for it again. On the other side, because remember, they are a part of the coalition. Okay? Centrist Democrats, establishment Democrats, and also more moderate voters or like older voters that are scared off by radicalism are just as part of the broad base of support in the party as we are, right? Our job is obviously to win those people over. Our job is to show those people that you can be a little bit quote unquote radical and still be electable because their primary concern is not letting Republicans win, right? And maybe for some of them, they might get scared about, Abdul al-Sayed's name and think he's a radical terrorist or something. And we got to win those people over as well. And I know we can. So what I'm trying to say is it's two sides of the same coin. Republicans know that in Michigan, they can really boost the radicalism of Abdul al-Sayed. And they know in Wisconsin, they can hit David Crowley on being pro-data center for the 300,000 people that went out and voted for the data center moratorium that was anchoring Francesca Hong's platform. Okay? And every single instance where we're having a back and forth conversation internally is a moment where we're not talking about what Trump is doing, is a moment where we're not talking about the Republican Party. So Isaiah Martin had a really good take on this as well. I think he was debating someone.
I don't give a shit.
He was debating someone on the Hasan Piker question. Let's take a look at what he had to say.
I don't give a shit about Hasan Piker. I don't give a shit about any of that. I care about the economy. I care about the fact that our healthcare premiums are 26% because we got rid of ACA subsidies. I care about the fact that our farmers are getting fucked right now because we have tariffs that are raising the cost of everything that we buy. I care about the fact that our energy bills are going up left and right. I care about the fact that people literally cannot afford childcare in America because it costs the amount of rent per kid to put your kid in childcare. That's what I care about. I don't give a fuck about Hasan Piker. I care about this country is completely unaffordable. Inflation's going up like crazy. That's what I care about. Our soldiers are eating fucking slop in the middle of the goddamn ocean. And you're talking about a fucking streamer? Give me a fucking break.
He's not just a streamer, bro. He's being ran on Fox News and he's...
Dude, this part was my favorite because the chud, his response is, he can't be just a streamer. He's on Fox News all the time. What do you mean, brother? Do you think I want to be on Fox News all the time? Like, you literally are admitting you fell for it. Chud brains, dude. Chud brains are incredible. It's ironic because I do want to be on Fox News. They just won't let me on there. They just want to talk big shit because they know I'd cook their asses. That's what's so funny about it, though, is like, in the mind of a hog, in the mind of a chud, they see something on television and go, well, this is a matter of utmost importance. They have no capacity to realize that they're actually eating propaganda. They have no capacity to realize that, like, this is being positioned in front of them, so they focus on that instead of, how much their wallets are hurting. How much we have lost the war in in Iran. That's the issue. And that's what I've been trying to get liberals to get on board with. And I'm glad that there are a lot of like liberals like Adam Mockler, this guy Isaiah Martin, Midas Touch, like a lot of liberals on the independent media side understand exactly what's going on, because this is the critical moment. And they've basically been born into this like contentious, hostile, right-wing, base boosted, algorithmic media environment. So they recognize where things are headed. They're a lot younger too, and they're a lot more in touch with what the base wants. So you'll never hear from these guys a damn thing about Abdul al-Sayed, like any negative opinions about Abdul al-Sayed, any negative opinions about Zohran Mamdani, AOC. They like all of those people. They like that this is like breathing life into the party. Okay? We don't agree. We don't agree on everything, but it doesn't matter. They understand that the constant focus on someone like myself is actually simply designed to chop the base up into different pieces and divide and conquer, right? That is the goal. The goal here is to divide and conquer the base. And more importantly than dividing and conquering the base, the goal is to not talk about the ineptitude, the corruption of the Republican Party. That is what they're doing. Because every moment that we spend talking about me, talking about my old takes, talking about the role that I'm playing in the Democratic Party is a moment that we're not talking about the fucking president. We're not talking about the Epstein class. We're not talking about the endless wars. We're not talking about the affordability crisis. That is exactly the point that the Republicans want to drive home. So to the liberals, I say, wake up. To the liberal wannabe DNC consultants that play that role for free on Twitter, wake up. There are those who are getting paid to also play this role, masquerading as liberals. There are absolutely those who are getting paid right now, 100%, to continue this divisive rhetoric to make the base not feel united against the Trump agenda. Okay? There are those who are doing it. So I will always respect those who do not fall for it. Okay?
Absurd this is to people in common sense America.
Okay, I have a question.
Do you realize how absurd this is? You're worried about a damn streamer and our soldiers are sitting in the ocean because our president went and got into war because Benjamin Netanyahu told him to, and they don't know what the fuck is going on. And you're worried about a damn streamer? This is what's ridiculous about. This is why people laugh at the Republican Party, because it's just filled with people who think that we're all stupid. This country's going to shit. Our president is literally insider trading. He literally is refusing to release the Epstein list. You've got all this stuff. He's talking about running in 2028, and you're fucking talking about a goddamn streamer? Who gives a fuck? No one cares.
I have a question.
No one.
So yeah, I mean, the other side of this, of course, is like, obviously Republicans are going to do this, right? Because like they're cattle. They're cattle. So of course Republicans are going to do this because they know that they have no other argument. They want people. They want people to pay attention to that shit instead. And it's very frustrating that we are, once again, falling for the bait. You know what I mean? We're once again falling for the bait. We cannot let right-wing algorithms on Twitter, on Threads, on TikTok, and right-wing algorithms concocted by Zionist pro-MAGA billionaires be the news desk editor for CNN. Be the news desk editor for MS Now. Okay? Because that is precisely what's going on here. Okay? I said this last night as well. I said Democrats, the broader anti-Trump coalition, and even mainstream media have to stop allowing this website and the GOP to play the role of news desk editor. They get to set the headlines knowing full well we always fall for the bait. This is how they win despite their corruption and violence. Okay? That's how they win. That is how they win. They should not be winning anything right now. It's a +7 national Democratic environment. Okay? +7. It should be +20. The only reason why it's +7 is because we still keep falling for it. Okay? And it's not like Fox News doesn't realize what they're doing. Look at them. They're doing it. They're flexing. Hasan Piker is making a big demand of Democrats. Defend me. The far-left streamer insists he's part of the coalition, whether you like it or not, as a criticism of his rhetoric becomes an issue in the key midterm races. Democrats, listen to me. I know we don't always see eye to eye on a lot of stuff, but you have to literally at some point, I know you don't want to do this. Defend me. That requires you to basically take the L a little bit and maybe be a bit more honest about how I'm not this dangerous, toxic, radical force. But some Democrats want him disavowed instead. A former Biden White House staffer says the party shouldn't waste political capital defending Piker, while Wisconsin Democratic gubernatorial nominee David Crowley says he won't campaign with him. Piker argues Republicans are using the controversy to distract from the cost of living crisis. They even say it. That's the point. They are doing it. And they're so successful at doing it that they can flex in our faces that they are doing it. Do you see? Like, that is literally Fox News' own digital team openly flexing that they're doing it. I don't think a lot of liberals understand the point I'm making here when I say this. Look, defend me or don't defend me. It doesn't matter. None of this changes my career. None of this changes the trajectory of my career, right? If you think I'm this like calculating grifter who doesn't care about anything, then sure, fine. I mean, from that perspective, it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter if you defend me or not. The reason why I want you to figure out a better way to sidestep that conversation and bring it back to the issues that actually matter, especially if you're going on Fox News, is because every moment that you're allowing the Republicans to dominate discourse and talk about how radical I am is a moment where you're not talking about the issues, is a moment where you're not talking about what the Republicans don't want you to talk about, which is how dangerous the Republican Party is, how violent the Republican Party is, how violent Trumpism is. So I'm going to show you guys one great example of this, right? I'm going to show you guys one great example of this, and that is former mayor of New York City, Bill de Blasio. Bill de Blasio keeps going on Sean Hannity. Okay. And of course, Sean Hannity last night, just like the night prior to last night, talked about me again. It was his entrance. It was his introduction. That's all he's seemingly talking about. Sean Hannity loves talking about me, but never to me. And of course, one of his favorite issues is to bring a guest up and bully them and be like, what do you have to say about Hasan Piker? It's very strange behavior, but he does it every single time. But Bill de Blasio had an incredible retort, an incredible reaction to it. Let's take a look.
Okay. Now, do you like Hasan Piker? Do you support him?
I have mixed views, but I think the way you were describing him, you could have been talking about Donald Trump, honestly.
Okay,
Cozy's up to dictators. Says extreme things.
All right, but Bill, you're breaking the rules.
I didn't agree to the rule, my friend.
Here's my question.
You're breaking the rules. What rules, Sean? What rules, Scott? What rules, Scott? What do you mean? What are the rules? No talking ill about daddy? He's like, listen, Bill, I brought you on. I brought you on so you could dunk on Hasan. I didn't bring you on to talk shit. Yeah. Also, Ryan Grimm, here they are watching Mamdani win. Yeah, I said my favorite mayor after Adams. So yeah, Bill de Blasio did the perfect the perfect attack, right? The perfect retort. He did. He realizes that this is totally ridiculous. This is a totally ridiculous argument to present. I said, look, this is exactly how you should deal with this insanely disingenuous framing. Bonus points for reminding people how insane it is that the standards for a Twitch streamer who's spoken for more than 20,000 hours are apparently higher than the President of the United States. This is not even about running away from the issue. They are running away from the issue, the much more consequential issue, which is that Donald Trump is the president. I cannot believe how much we have lost sight of what actually matters. Okay? Reframe, go on the counter. That's it. That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking for. I'm not saying like learn the context of every single clip that has been clipped out of context for the past 7 years, right? I don't expect you to know all of that. I don't expect you to know all of that at all. That would be impossible. Even my fans don't know every single thing. Okay? The real expectation here is to be smart and just be like, really? We're talking about things that may or may not have been clipped out of context from 10 years ago from a Twitch streamer? That's your main focus tonight and every other night? That's what you want to talk about? Why do you want to talk about this so much? Perhaps you want to talk about this because you can't talk about your president and all of his accomplishments because he has none. Okay? Because he has none. We are the masters of our own destiny, okay? We control what we can say. We control what we want others to hear. So why are you getting bullied? Why are you getting bullied by these dumbasses, these dumbass chuds? So Muslim of you? I don't know what that means. What is the Islam version of this? Trump has accomplishments, totally fucked up America. Yeah. It is far too big of a target-rich environment with the madness and mania of the Trump administration for every Democrat to not immediately flip the script back and say, what are we doing here? This was the argument. Did you ever think you'd be a distraction used to take people's attention away from a war? No. This is how they steal food from your table, money from your pockets, and then make you feel as though the guys who are doing that are the good guys. Okay? So we got to be a little bit wiser, folks. And I know I'm preaching to the choir here, right? Because you guys are already aware of this, but I think it's utterly unacceptable for prominent liberals to entertain this kind of madness at a time when Donald Trump is the president. And Chris Hayes is doing it right now. Look, he's already pushing back. I'm on vacation, but I got to say, as much fun as it is to debate Woke One and Hasan Piker, the Trump administration is currently engaged in mass murder on the high seas as surely as any serial killer or lynch mob. And viewed from the distance of vacation, the discourse doesn't seem to give a shit. Or the fact that Capital One closed all their accounts for money laundering. And the media is doing everything it can to distract us from the fact that with stories about Woke One and Hasan Piker. I like that. I don't even know what the fuck Woke One is. What is if the kids like to say people need to touch grass a little more? I like that. I don't know who the fuck Hasan Piker is, but I probably consider myself whatever conservative types deem woke. He's an anti-Israel streamer in AIPAC that AIPAC freaked out about a few months ago because anti-Israel politicians had him on for some campaign events. Moderate Dem politicians then, unironically, just got a list of talking points to cover about why they don't like him. Cory Booker declared that he would never go on a stream and then later admitted he didn't actually know anything about Hasan Piker. He was just told by his staff to say it. Thanks for the quick primer. Blue sky liberalism, baby. Blue sky liberalism. We're going to win. They know better. Anyway. Yeah, I'm on Threads. I'm on Tubi. I'm on Quibi. I'm on Blue Sky. I'm not on Blue Sky. Yeah, another great retort, another quick retort, because there's so many different ones. But another great quick retort to this kind of slander op, smear op, is to be like, where'd you get that clip? You watch his streams? You have any idea what he's about? Who gave this clip to you? Why are you bringing this up? Why is the clip only 13 seconds long? What did he say before? And what did he say after? What is the context of this clip? Are you aware? Are you aware of his positions at all? You know, you can do that too. But like I said, the strongest opposition to this sort of thing, is to basically to basically say, why the fuck are we talking about a Twitch streamer when Donald Trump is the president and he said far more heinous shit, right? The president is currently doing heinous shit. And he's also saying heinous shit as well. The last thing I'm going to say about this before we move on, is a point that I heard get addressed earlier in the day. It was specifically about how, where was it? There was some about like how Republicans never do this about their commentary folk, right? Like, can you imagine the Republicans distancing themselves from Rush Limbaugh, from like, I think it was Cassie Pritchard, aka Hakubian Devil, right? She said, I don't get why people think Hasan Piker is someone you have to disavow or condemn or whatever. The right has had talk radio lunatics far more inflammatory than Piker since the 90s, were Limbaugh, Levin, and Savage some albatross around the right. Now, of course, I know the structural differences between someone like myself. I know the moral differences between someone like myself and Rush Limbaugh, right? But the structural differences, of course, and the differences in the commentary is that those guys are loyal soldiers. They're loyal servants of the party. I'm not a loyal soldier or a servant of the Democratic Party. I'm an independent person, truly independent, only accountable to my own community, right? I'm only accountable to this movement. I'm only accountable to the people. And that's a real problem. And that's also a structural difference. There's a significant difference in my commentary as opposed to someone who's accountable to the party only. A party loyalist is never going to betray the party line. I am not a party loyalist. Okay? I'm a loyalist of the people. So that's a big issue because there are times where I am at odds with what the Democrats want. What the Democrats want to communicate. I mean, 2024 was a great example of this, where I found it unconscionable to come out and openly endorse Kamala Harris as she, was the vice president of an administration that was committing genocide. I never told people not to vote for Kamala Harris. I only told people not to vote for Donald Trump, right? But of course, there are a lot of freemium DNC consultants out there that get no paychecks whatsoever who constantly repeat this idea that I told people not to vote for Kamala Harris. They do it all the time. They say it nonstop. It's not true, but it doesn't even matter, right? Yes, I also told people not to vote for Jill Stein, but that's a separate point. Even if it wasn't Kamala Harris, that point would still remain because, you know, I'm not a Green Party guy. I think they're deeply unserious, but that's besides the point. Okay, that's not even relevant to the conversation, right? The only person that I urged, with the exception of Jill Stein, who is somewhat, you know, irrelevant in this conversation, the only person I ever told people not to vote for was Donald Trump. Okay? But it's unbelievably bad faith, and they still hit these lines over and over again. It is crazy. Okay? It's crazy. When you have the moral authority and don't act like it, you come across cornered and defensive and give permission for trash to be in control of the narrative. For example, when someone has the audacity to question you on the crime of not endorsing you should always let them know their place and that your criminal critique of your campaign was right, that they are the reason why we're here. Shame them. I mean, I agree, but, you know, it's just like silly to relitigate that because I feel like it's an unserious point of contention. Because then it's just like, oh, well, you let it happen. You did everything in your power to make sure that she doesn't actually win the race, like as though I have this kind of power whatsoever. It's just stupid. I would rather have a more productive conversation. This is you talking about her when you did your ballot? Yeah. No. Did I forget the president? No, I did not forget the president. I voted for the president. I'm just not telling you who I voted for. I am not going to influence your opinion in any direction unless it is to vote for Trump, in which case I will tell you not to do it. Yeah. And this was consistent throughout 2024. I consistently told people that the only decision that I will influence is if you ever dare entertain voting for Donald Trump. And that you must not do that. And that's insane. The problem is this is a rehashing of the exact same stuff that happened in 2016 and 2020 as well. It's ironic because I endorsed Hillary Rodham Clinton and I endorsed Joseph Robinette Brandon in those races. But even then, and so did Bernie, right? Even then, what did the establishment Democrats do? In 2016, they said it wasn't sufficient. You weren't excited enough. You should have been losing your mind. You should have been like, oh my God, I'm so excited to vote. I'm with her, right? That was the argument. That was the environment that we were in. That was literally the argument back then. So the point is not that, oh, I didn't endorse this person or I did endorse this person, but the endorsement wasn't sufficient enough. The point is they're looking for someone to blame. Okay? They are looking for someone to blame. It's never good enough. It's never enough. Is never enough. When the establishment Democrats lose, it's the left's fault. Okay? Always. It's the left's fault. It's Russia's fault. It's everybody else's fault. It's never the campaign's fault. It's the voters' fault. It's never the campaign. So we're going to move on from this nonsense because there's a lot to cover. There's a lot to talk about. There's a great debate taking place right now, or it took place already. It was for 4 hours. Clandestine operators, rise up.
That you have conjecture.
Apparently, Candace Owens and Mr. Can't Open a Pickle Jar got into it and debated who killed Charlie Kirk. Now, I want to go through this, obviously. I mean, it's 4 hours long. We're not going to do that. And it was also my GOAT, Patrick Bet-David, was moderating, which I don't know how he was moderating it, but he was doing it anyway. It's got 1 million views in 4 hours. I believe 200,000 people were watching the entire time. I wonder if this guy also said to Candace Owens that she licks sniz, because that was his weapon that he wielded against Charlie, not Charlie Kirk. The other Charlie that unfortunately went on this dipshit's podcast, the misogyny podcast, the woman-hating podcast. So there's a lot of fun things that are taking place. We'll get to it later. We'll get to it later. All right. Fran loses and the left immediately starts talking about the campaign's choices not run TV ads in her debate performance. The centrists lose and they immediately blame us. Yes, but that's because we do not have the time or the opportunity or the bandwidth to be silly. Okay? Establishment Democrats have controlled this system, controlled the Democratic Party for decades. So they can get away with not learning any important lessons. We can't. We have to be our best damn self all the fucking time if we want to win. So yes, of course we have to learn from our lessons every single time. We have to learn from our losses every single time. And that's a good thing. That's not a bad thing. Because next time, we won't make the same mistakes. Next time, well, there won't be a next time. There won't be a next loss. It'll be a victory. Okay? We have to be resilient. We have to be smart. And we have to keep pushing. And we have to organize. Organize better than we did. But now we are getting to Luigi Mangione, someone who we haven't talked about for a while. Luigi Mangione is confirmed and he's prepared to plead guilty. No deal with the government. We're going to talk about this case. It's been a while since we've talked about this case. For those of you who don't know, Luigi Mangione allegedly killed the United Healthcare CEO, Brian Thompson. He was caught. He got away. And then he was caught by a McDonald's employee in a nearby state in Pennsylvania. And the authorities pounced on him. You know, allegedly all of this happened, right? Now, he's not pleading guilty to the murder. He's pleading guilty to the stalking charges. We're going to be talking about the importance of that. But yeah, let's get started here.
Right outside the courthouse in New York City, where Luigi Mangione confirms he is prepared to plead guilty. Tell us more, Shimon.
Okay, so I'm going to just bring it to you right now from inside the courtroom. Mangione has begun speaking, and here we go. After years of enduring pain from a broken back and witnessing similar experiences of others, he said he learned United Healthcare would be holding its annual investor conference in December 2024. He said the public location wasn't posted, but he researched to learn the location and who would be there. This is him now in court speaking to the judge in this allocution. This is the part for the judge to decide whether or not she is going to accept this plea. And he's now describing in his own words how he was stalking United CEO Healthcare Brian Thompson, saying that he learned of where he was going to be and that after years of enduring pain from a broken back and witnessing similar experiences of others, he researched where Brian Thompson would be at an investor conference in Manhattan in 2024. Brian Thompson's family seated Pamela in the front row. They are crying, is what our reporter Kara Scannell is telling us. What a moment for that family to come face to face. It breaks my heart because they have been so silent and they have not said anything throughout this whole ordeal. And to see their loved one to be murdered in this way, and now the man responsible for it standing up in court for them will be excuses. And none of this is going to make sense. To hear him explain why he did what he did, and we have heard this from Luigi Mangione before during the investigation of this, where he was having issues with his back. But for this family to sit there and listen to this, and he's now, here we go, Pam, again, he says to the judge, I shot Mr. Thompson and he died.
Wow.
He concluded by saying,
wait, oh, he did? Luigi Mangione pleaded guilty today. One of the things he said, I emailed United Healthcare's leadership posing as an investor managing $58 billion. Unlike my other experiences with the company, I was contacted back within 1 hour.
I knew what I was doing was illegal. Again, I shot Mr. Thompson and he died. I knew what I was doing was illegal. That family is...
Shouldn't the media refrain from projecting guilt? Buddy, are you kidding me? Part of the reason why, here's the thing. Part of the reason why the media immediately took on this issue is because it's a high-profile assassination, right? It's a high-profile assassination of a CEO. And yes, corporate-backed media obviously lost their damn minds when they saw that the broader American public, who are normally very, very anti-crime, like most people are anti-crime, but like Americans are very aggressive about crimes, especially death, especially a murder, right? When they see a murder take place in broad daylight, Americans usually are like, oh yeah, kill the guy, right? Kill the guy back. That's the normal draconian attitude that most Americans have. This time it was different. Before they even knew who the victim was, Americans knew what that person's job was, right? And immediately took a very different stance than you would normally expect. And it wasn't just young people either. There were plenty of older people as well who had had experiences having their insurance claims denied in some of their weakest moments, in some of their worst moments in their lives. Okay? So they associated that. They associated the victim with the pain that they had felt. Okay? They associated the person who was killed in broad daylight with the social murder of the system. They associated that with their own pain of their loved ones in their last days, in their final moments, wasting away, calling up insurance companies to try to get them to pay for this medical process, right? They associated it with the medical bankruptcies that they've experienced. So from their perspective, this was a very different story. They normally, Americans, when they see a murder in broad daylight, they think of themselves as the victim. But this time, they thought of themselves as being victimized by the person who was the victim. Now, again, analysis is not endorsement. Before people freak out over this, I'm not endorsing what allegedly Luigi Mangione did. I'm simply telling you what the reaction was. Okay? You have to remember that. Brian Thompson was the CEO when the company boasted record profits the same year they abruptly canceled my gender-affirming surgery. So in this case, Brian Thompson personally wronged me. Yeah, everyone has a story like that. Everyone has a story like that, right? And remember, United Healthcare actually had windfall record high profits that year because they had also started deploying artificial intelligence to do these claim denials. And because AI was not very good and therefore very good for the purpose of claim denial because it wasn't accurate, they were capable of denying far more than other competitive healthcare providers like private for-profit insurance companies. There's a real story of pain behind every insurance claim being denied. There's a real family behind it. There's real struggle behind it. It's a systemic form of violence. So obviously, especially in corporate media, people don't recognize it as such. But it was such a strange phenomena that even someone like Elizabeth Warren went on television and was like, look, this is a heinous crime. But the reality of the matter is, like, a lot of people are suffering. A lot more people are suffering all around the country because of the healthcare system that we have.
Sitting in that courtroom listening to this.
What? Professor Arati, Jason Arday found dead? I don't know who this person is. What? Jason Arday found dead after resigning from Cambridge over plagiarism claims? I don't know what this is. I don't know who this guy is. You haven't heard the stories about him? No. He got hounded by British media. You need to brush up. Okay, I'll get to that in a second. I'll look at what's going on here in a minute, but this is, let's continue talking about Luigi Mangione.
Wow. Again, he admits now in his own words to stalking Brian Thompson. He says that in November of 2024, that he traveled, Luigi Mangione telling the judge, I traveled from outside of New York State to Manhattan. So he came from outside of New York. I emailed United Healthcare leadership. Wow. So this I don't think I've heard this. I don't remember ever hearing this. I then emailed United Healthcare leadership, Luigi Mangione saying that he emailed United Healthcare leadership posing as an investor at a firm managing over $15 billion in assets and requested information about the conference. Wow. Unlike my previous interactions with insurers, he received an immediate response within an hour. And that is how he learned where Brian Thompson would be on the morning he would execute him.
I wanted to see this case in front of a jury because I really, really wanted to see how a jury would react to this. A lot of people were like, this is open and shut, right? But there was so much misconduct from the prosecutor's side. There was so much high-profile misconduct from attorneys general. Like, this was a defense attorney's dream high-profile case, by the way. Just judging by the way that they reacted, judging by the way that they operated, where it was, guilty until proven innocent, basically, from the start. Yeah, Eric Adams made him do the prep walk, or sorry, perp walk, not prep walk. It was going to be a real interesting case. I think they're going to fight the state case, get jury nullification. This is what you mean by social murder in action,
Dear
affecting not
hospitals,
just the patient.
This is what the other side of the line looks like. This is my sister Michelle. She can't walk because you guys messed up 24 years ago. We don't mind waking up at 6 a.m. to take care of her before ourselves. We don't even mind carrying her down 5 flights of stairs when the elevator breaks. But the one thing we can't stand are the pieces of paper you keep sending us. The ones with no context. Prices pulled from your inflated charge master, billing errors, charges for things that we never received. Most importantly, it's the time you've stolen from us. Most people don't realize it, but
nothing I can do.
That one sentence makes you billions of dollars a year. Your job gets easier every time we don't apply for financial assistance. And your margins, they go up every time we believe a bill isn't negotiable. So if you won't tell Americans, I will. So until you pick up, we'll keep saying, Dear hospitals.
Wealthiest nation on earth, man. Only OECD country. Only OECD country where there is a concept such as medical bankruptcy. Think about that. Wealthiest country on the planet, wealthiest country to have ever existed in history. And this is how we treat one another. This is a byproduct of the system, and systemic harm is oftentimes invisible, but it's not invisible when you're living through it. For the individual, it is very visible. It's a constant reminder. It's a very important part of this family's lives, right? I can't believe it. I can't understand it. I don't understand how others don't understand it, because this is such a universal point of pain that even rich people struggle with it. Even rich people have issues with it. It was remarkable seeing CEOs and small business owners on LinkedIn writing underneath Brian Thompson's post like, you fucking piece of shit. It was crazy. It's crazy. I get it. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry. And, you know, it's good for the GDP and stuff, right? It's a very powerful industry that spends a good deal of money lobbying Congress, right? $100,000 lives a year. New study that came out from Yale found that Medicare for All would save 114,000 lives a year and reduce healthcare spending by over $1 trillion. Families would no longer have to choose between paying household bills or seeing a doctor. Medicare for All is the right answer, but to our broken healthcare system. It's incredible. And so once again, corporate media that oftentimes is getting funds from Aetna, Blue Cross Blue Shield, and numerous other companies, right? Numerous other profiteers of our pain can turn around and focus on how people reacted to Luigi Mangione, how people reacted to this innocent man, Brian Thompson, getting slain. But the struggle continues. The pain continues. The pain is very real, and it is very universal. Dude, yeah, this is a great point. Joe Biden. When Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden, or not Hunter Biden, Beau Biden, I apologize, had cancer due to the burn pits when he was serving in Iraq, Afghanistan, okay? He had cancer. And Joe Biden couldn't pay the medical bills. So we had to take a loan from Barack Obama at the time. When Biden was vice president, Obama was the president. People talked about this like it was, a point of pride. Like, oh, look at how wonderful it is. Look how awesome it is that, The vice president is just like us. It's like, what are you talking about? This is insanity. This is utter madness. Joe Biden says Obama offered financial help during his son's illness. That's what I mean when I say this impacts everyone, even in the highest office. I went on my insurance provider's website to book a new PCP visit months in advance. I show up to the appointment. The front desk tells me that due to a negotiations fallout with the insurance, they're no longer considered in-network, and instead of a $20 copay, I'd be on the hook for $300. I was already there. What was I going to do? Leave and wait months just for the same thing to maybe happen somewhere else? I ate it because I could. Imagine how often that happens to people who can't. Exactly. This can't go on. This cannot continue. It is one of the most insane processes that we abide by. And of course, once again, as is the case, because they can't tackle the message, they'll shoot the messenger. If you say this is unacceptable, if you say something like the reason why people find Luigi Mangione to be an innocent person or whatever, it stems from the fact that they've actually seen. It stems from the fact that they've actually experienced the negative consequences that are deeply personal, the violence of this system of for-profit healthcare. They'll say, oh, you're in support of Luigi Mangione. You're in support of murder. You're in support of death and destruction. I am a socialist. I'm a Marxist. I am not an anarchist. I am not in favor of adventurism. Okay? Adventurism oftentimes has a very negative reaction. I'm not a believer in the propaganda of the deed. Okay? I oppose adventurism. I am in favor of diligent organizing, militant organizing, changing the structural forms of violence by consistently pushing against them. That's what I believe. That's my theory of change, right? You are not a Marxist. Okay, thank you, Ashashin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I know. You're the real Marxist. Okay?
So this really even highlights more. I have not heard that either, Pam. This is new information, and obviously this all came up during the NYPD and the FBI's investigation when they were probably going through his computer and his phone and his email. But this is just so striking that he emailed, this is how long he had been planning this. And this tells you his frame of mind, that he emailed United Healthcare leadership saying, posing as a $15 billion manager of an investment fund to learn where he was.
I just want to go to Ariva on some of this information coming out of the courtroom today from Luigi Mangione. For the first time, I'm learning, and Jamon said he hadn't heard it as well, that Luigi Mangione posed as an investor with a firm and just reached out via email to the insurance company and then received a response within an hour. And that is what helped lead him to Brian Thompson, where he said, I shot him and he died. I knew what I did was illegal. Wow, Ariva.
Yeah, that's a shocking detail, Pam. I remember early on when this case came to light, when all of the publicity, we had all the reports, and I just remember the people who were supporting Mangione, who were glorifying what he did, who were making him out to be some kind of martyr. And it was really sickening at that time. And now to hear the deception involved, how he found out about that meeting, which was otherwise not a public meeting, that individuals who had not been invited wouldn't have even had access to that CEO. And he used, he posed as this manager of this large fund to get that information and then to stalk Brian Thompson, to show up at that meeting, to shoot him in broad daylight on a street in Manhattan just makes the nature of this crime even more heinous. And I just hope all those people who somehow thought that this was an act of courage now understand what a heinous act of cowardness this was. Again, my heart goes out to the family that had to hear this, but hopefully this begins some kind of...
I feel like it's worth examination as to why there are definitely broad swaths of the public who aren't like bloodthirsty murderers or would never endorse murder, and why their attitude is very different than the way that we're hearing from corporate media. Like, is it not worth an examination at all? Is it not worth an examination at all? Because they would do this for anything else. You know what I mean? The media loves when there's like a fascinating, fascinating aspect of like a serial killer. They'll cover endlessly, you know, the Charles Manson supporters and like try to figure out why people love Charles Manson, because that's not dangerous. That's not dangerous to the pre-existing hierarchies. Okay? Because that's a one-off, right? That's a one-off. This, on the other hand, points to a broad systemic crisis. So, of course, there's no conversation about why so many people don't actually feel this way, right? They'll do it for Ted Kaczynski. They'll do it for Charles Manson followers. I'm not making a comparison between like what Luigi Mangione allegedly did versus Charles Manson. I'm just simply saying, like, there's a reason for why the media that normally is very invested in understanding the fascinating psychology behind why certain serial killers develop a cult of personality, but they would never in a million years explore why so many millions of Americans actually see this very differently than the way they're presenting it.
Closure for them. That sentencing hearing that will take place in December will give them an opportunity to present impact statements and to talk about how horrific the loss of Mr. Thompson has been for this family. Again, we talk about the state court. At this point, Pamela, you can only imagine that this is about where he's going to serve time, because it is clear that he is going to get a life sentence, whether it's from this federal court or if he is convicted in state court. And the lawyers are jockeying now to determine, does that life sentence happen in a federal prison or in a state prison? But certain that he is going to spend the rest of his life in prison, as he should, for the admission that he just made in that courtroom today.
All right, Michael Smerconish is actually standing by and wants to get in this conversation. Michael, what are your thoughts?
I want to follow up something Ariva said about the perverse nature, the way in which some have received this horrific murder. On 54th Street, where this transpired, the hotel where Brian Thompson spent his last night is a hotel where I would often stay when working for SiriusXM and CNN. And I remember being on that block in the immediate aftermath, 2 or 3 days later. What was surreal is the fact that there were no candles. There were no flowers. There was no memorial for Brian Thompson. And what I remember is that on a telephone pole that was adjacent to the murder scene, I saw something that depicted Luigi Mangione as a saint. You might remember that there were wanted posters that were then put up in that neighborhood for other corporate leaders. And all of the glamour and panache that has surrounded this man, I just find twisted and tragic. And I can only hope that the way in which now he has just articulated exactly what he did is going to change minds, maybe not, but of those people that have glamorized this killer. I can say killer now without any fear of...
So here's the other side of the story. It's like, you can keep slamming murder is bad over and over again, but you're not making a broader point that people disagree with. Like, of course, wow, a brave take. You know what I mean? Brave take, guys. Murder is bad. I had no idea. Like, yeah, no shit. No shit. I don't know. I just don't understand why no one, and I mean no one, wants to explore something beyond simply saying over and over again that murder is bad, immoral, evil, wrong. Everybody fucking understands that, dude. That's kind of the point.
of contradiction because of what he has said. And one other observation I'd make is what a sin that we all couldn't watch.
Here, I'll give you one other fucking comparison here, okay? Every single time, if it's systemic violence or if it's state violence, the media takes a very different tone, a very different attitude, right? ICE murders Renee Good. ICE murders Alex Peretti. And all of a sudden, it's, well, you know, the government called them terrorists. That's wrong probably, but, you know, maybe they had a good reason for it. Okay? This is not a justification of Luigi Mangione's actions. I want to repeat that one more time. But from the perspective of the average American that has had to deal with this shit, okay, they see it as murder as well. When someone cannot pay for their health care, when someone cannot pay for their health care and they watch their loved ones die as a consequence, they don't look at that and go, oh, well, sucks to suck. That's just a byproduct of the capitalist system. Sucks to suck. That's totally valid. Sorry, my grandmother should have grinded harder. They don't think like that. Okay? They think that's a death that did not have to happen. That's murder. And because this has happened so many fucking times, according to the new Yale study, 114,000 times a year, that's 114,000 families that have suffered from murder. They don't analyze it as well, this is a byproduct of the system. I should have worked harder. My grandparents should have worked harder. They should have just not gotten cancer. You know what I mean? They see it as these people should not have died. My loved ones in their final moments should have had peace. And instead, all they knew was even more pain.
There ought to be cameras in courtrooms all across the United States, including federal courtrooms and including the Supreme Court of the United States.
Yeah, I am with you on that, Michael Smerconish. Our Kara Scannell just came outside of that courtroom. Kara, you were there for every second of what went down. Tell us about it.
Well, Pamela, Luigi Mangione was led into the courtroom. He's wearing a beige prison outfit, escorted by 2 U.S. Marshals, where he sat down between his attorneys. The judge went through the process asking him if he understood his rights, if he had taken any medication, if he was under any medical care. All of his answers were crisp and clear, someone who was definitely in control and aware of what was going on today. And then when she started to ask him the specifics of his guilty plea, to explain what he had done that was wrong, Mangione chose to stay seated and he started to read from a piece of paper. The judge actually stopped him and asked him to slow down because he was going too quickly through it. But a few things that stood out to me from what he said is he started it by saying, after years of enduring severe pain for a broken back, navigating obstacles in the healthcare system. So underscoring again what his motive here in this case is. And he walked through it saying another thing, he's underscoring what he had previously written about in those writings, the greed of the healthcare industry. He said he had emailed United Healthcare's leadership trying to find out about the specific location of the investor conference where he was targeting Brian Thompson. He said he claimed to have $50 billion in assets. And he said, like, unlike his other previous interactions with the healthcare industry, he got a response immediately within an hour. Then he went on to explain that he had made a gun using a 3D printer, that he had obtained a silencer, and then he said he traveled to New York with the intent to shoot Brian Thompson. He said, I knew what I was doing was illegal. He did not say it was wrong.
Defense attorneys are now at the microphones. Let's listen.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Karen Friedman Agnifilo, and I represent Luigi Mangione. Today is a solemn and significant day. With today's guilty plea, Mr. Mangione has accepted full responsibility for the death of Brian Thompson, arising from the events of December 4th, 2024, outside of the United Healthcare Investor Conference here in Midtown Manhattan. It was a single...
To me, all this feels like a plan. I mean, it is. It is 100%. Like, the way that people are going to utilize this is they're going to weaponize anyone that says, like, oh, it was awesome or whatever. And they're going to use that to slam it against, like, advocates of Medicare for all. 100%. I'm just letting you guys know. So if you're not disciplined in this moment, if you think you can make jokes or anything like that, sorry, you can't. The knives are out. And absolutely 1 million times over, they are going to utilize this opportunity. They are going to utilize this opportunity in mainstream media and corporate media to get everyone to shut the fuck up. Okay? It's a classic case. It's a classic case. You are not allowed to say anything about this beyond murder is bad and wrong. Everybody understands that reality, by the way, but, you know, it doesn't even matter. They will present you as pro-murder, pro-death, pro-destruction. You want to kill all the capitalists, blah, 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 whatever the fuck they can get. Okay? So you just have to, you have to be very careful with how you communicate around this issue. They are probably there's probably clippers in here already that are actively looking to see what they can clip out of context. And then tie back to be like, oh, Hasan Piker endorses this action. Hasan Piker loves this action. What do all the people who have campaigned with Hasan Piker have to say about that, you know?
Single tragic event, yet he's being prosecuted twice for the same conduct. As Luigi explained in court today, he endured years of severe, debilitating pain following a broken back while struggling to navigate our healthcare and health insurance systems. Like the thousands of people who have reached out since this tragedy to share their own experiences, he believed that the system had failed him and destroyed his life. Despite this being a single isolated event, Mr. Mangione has been unfairly treated since the outset in every way and has successfully fought off terrorism charges and the death penalty, while also fighting at the same time 2 simultaneous prosecutions in 2 jurisdictions who are trying to punish him twice for the exact conduct. He's been treated differently from every other defendant charged with this offense in New York. However, thankfully, New York law does not allow this. New York law does not permit a person to be prosecuted and punished twice for the exact same crime under a statute that governs successive prosecutions. It's also known as the double jeopardy law. Today's guilty plea triggers this statute, and we just filed our motion in state court explaining why the state charges must be dismissed under New York's double jeopardy protections. We will not be taking any other questions. Thank you so much for coming.
Okay, let me go back to Kara and Shimon. I do want to talk about some of the details of what Luigi Mangione admitted in court, but just to explain what we just heard from his attorneys, Kara, and you have been talking about this, one of the reasons why they decided to go ahead and have this plea deal is so that the charges in New York State could be dropped because of what's known as the double jeopardy law in New York State.
That's right, Dana. That was one of the objectives today by Luigi Mangione's team. He was being charged both federally and in state court, and the state trial was set to begin on September 8th. But under New York's double jeopardy law, someone can't be prosecuted for the same crime twice. So that is why we saw this quick, fast-moving plea deal being reached just a few days after the final pretrial conference earlier this week, leading to Mangione pleading guilty. Now, as you heard his lawyer say, they filed a motion to get the state charges dismissed. The state prosecution has not responded to that yet, although throughout this entire case, they have been saying that they think they did the legwork on this, they did the investigation, they caught Mangione, and they wanted to bring this case to justice. So we will wait and see what their reaction is going to be in court. We can expect them to probably try to fight this. It will be up to the judge overseeing the state case to make that decision, and then sides could appeal. But it does look like the state trial set for September 8th will likely be delayed as this is all figured out. But these are still a lot of moving targets, Dana.
Okay, so
Jessica Tisch at the scene of the crime. That is the police commissioner, Police Commish Tisch. Jay Mershon says the strategy here from Luigi's team is to get the state case thrown out because New York State has very strong protections against the dual sovereign double jeopardy doctrine. They even filed a motion to dismiss in the state court today. You can read that here. Zoran's fave? Yeah.
Good afternoon. I'm Jamie McDonald, United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York. At 6:45 on a December morning, Luigi Mangione stalked and murdered Brian Thompson in cold blood on a public sidewalk in Midtown Manhattan. Just a few moments ago, Mangione pled guilty to his heinous act. This was not a spontaneous act of violence. It was deliberate, calculated, and premeditated. In the days leading up to the murder, the defendant very carefully prepared for the attack. He tracked Mr. Thompson's whereabouts, conducted surveillance along the route he knew Mr. Thompson would take, and positioned himself to carry out the plan. Then, on a sidewalk on West 54th Street, the defendant murdered Mr. Thompson, shooting him from behind with a 9mm handgun equipped with a silencer. He shot Thompson twice at close range. The second shot came as Mr. Thompson turned and faced the defendant. The defendant did this as everyday New Yorkers walked nearby, and while the rest of the city woke up to start their day. Mangione then ran away, leaving Mr. Thompson to die. The defendant committed this murder in an attempt to draw public attention to his dislike of certain businesses. But we live in a civilized society governed by the rule of law. We debate, we disagree, we protest. We do not commit murder. No grievance, political belief, or ideological cause can ever justify murder. There can be no celebrity in assassination. Any person who celebrates, encourages, or excuses actions like these is fundamentally wrong. Mangione attempted to send a public message through violence, but the message that emerges today is very different. Violence is not a legitimate instrument to promote any political or social message. And those who resort to violence in an effort to advance their beliefs will be prosecuted, convicted, and put in jail. Today, the Southern District of New York, together with our law enforcement partners, writes the final chapter of Mangione's federal prosecution. Now, he stands convicted in federal court and faces life in prison. One other point that's important to note. While the defendant pled guilty, our office does not have a plea agreement with him. Instead, he pled open, which means he pled guilty to all pending counts in the indictment. There are no accommodations or concessions, and we are free to seek the maximum penalty under the law. I'd like to thank the dedicated prosecutors of our office's violent organizations and crime unit, who are beside me, for their remarkable efforts to bring this case. I would also like to thank the NYPD and the FBI, whose tireless and incredibly sophisticated investigative efforts made this conviction possible. Finally, I want to express on behalf of all of us here our deepest sympathy and compassion for the many family members and friends of Brian Thompson. Mr. Thompson's family and many of his friends were in court for the guilty plea today. I know they will have an opportunity to be heard at sentencing. We all stand in awe of their love for their family and for their friend, and their unwavering commitment to seeing justice done in this case. We hope they can take some solace in the fact that from the beginning, we have brought the full force of the federal government to bear in this case. In this prosecution, we have consistently pursued the maximum penalties under the law as necessary and just punishment for these crimes. The result achieved today now allows our office to seek the maximum penalty allowed, life imprisonment, which, as I've conveyed to Mr. Thompson's family, is what we intend to seek. I'll now turn it over to Commissioner Tisch.
Good afternoon. Thank you, U.S. Attorney McDonald, and thank you to the prosecutors and the federal law enforcement partners who have worked alongside the New York City Police Department throughout this case. Today, Luigi Mangione pleaded guilty in connection with the murder of Brian Thompson on a Midtown Manhattan sidewalk in December of 2024. This is an important moment of accountability, and my thoughts remain first and foremost with Mr. Thompson's family and everyone who knew and loved him. But I also want to take a few minutes today to recognize the extraordinary police work that brought us here. From the moment that Mr. Thompson was assassinated on the morning of December 4th, the NYPD mobilized an enormous investigative effort. Our detectives combed through thousands of hours of surveillance video, followed up on hundreds of tips, and worked through.
I mean, that literally, it's just, they make it seem as though this was a byproduct of good police work, but like, they literally couldn't catch him. He got away. It was a McDonald's employee in a different state. A McDonald's employee in a different state that was like, wait, isn't that the fucking guy, Luigi Mangione? That's it. That's literally it. So the idea that like, the idea that they and their diligent police work is what was responsible for capturing Luigi Mangione, I'm sorry. That's a little bit crazy.
An extraordinary volume of
it's kind of wild that
and digital evidence.
It's also kind of wild that the person who snitched didn't even get the money.
They use some of the most sophisticated technology available to law enforcement, and they paired it with the kind of painstaking, old-fashioned detective work that has defined the New York City Police Department for generations, interviewing witnesses, canvassing neighborhoods, retracing the suspects' movements, and pursuing every viable lead. Most importantly, they developed a clear image of the man we were looking for and got that image out to the public and to law enforcement agencies across this country 5 days after the murder. That work paid off in Altoona, Pennsylvania, where an alert member of the public recognized Mangione and local police took him into custody. That was not simply a lucky break. It was the culmination of 5 days of relentless investigative work that gave the public the information it needed to recognize the suspect and gave our law enforcement partners what they needed to act. This case began with the worst kind of violence on our streets. It was answered by the very best of the New York City Police Department. To every member of the NYPD who played a role in this investigation, you should be enormously proud for bringing us to this day. And to those who idolize Luigi Mangione, I say this: violence is not a cause, murder is not a message, and a killer is certainly not a hero. Now I'd like to introduce the FBI's Assistant Director in Charge for the New York Field Office, Jim Barnacle.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good day. My name is James Barnacle. I'm the Assistant Director in Charge of the FBI New York Field Office. I want to begin by addressing the family, friends, and colleagues of Brian Thompson. We had the chance to sit down with the family.
SpongeBob ass name. I'm sorry. James Barnacle. Okay, Officer Barnacle. What's next? Oh, we got John Plankton coming up right after.
This morning, and they are still grieving, and they have been grieving for almost 2 years as Brian was taken away in the most heinous way possible. They lost a son, a brother, a husband, and a father, and a friend to many colleagues and other people. The family deserves closure, the clarity in the assurance that every step taken throughout our investigation, the New York City Police Department's investigation, the Altoona Police Department's investigation, and the U.S. Attorney's Office prosecution reflected the gravity of the situation and the importance of Brian's life. While today's plea doesn't replace the void he left behind, I hope it offers a glimmer of the closure that the Thompson family and friends deserve. This tragedy shocked the nation and left a deep impact on everyone it touched. Violence driven by hostility toward opportunity and success stands in sharp contrast to the values true Americans hold dear. But rest assured, this FBI and our partners never stopped working to bring this killer to justice. While a plea was entered today, we know the crime has not been erased. Thank you to the FBI's Violent Crime Task Force, our largest partner on that task force, the New York City Police Department, the New York State Police Department. Thank you to the prosecutors and the United States Attorney's Office for the Southern District of...
I think the other reason why obviously this is such a high profile case is because of his status, right? And therefore they have to really stress over and over again, like, you know, this is, don't even fucking get any thoughts. Like, cause like, obviously when a poor person gets slaughtered in the streets, they don't close Manhattan, right? Like they don't do a 10-day search or anything like that. I mean, they're still incompetent all the same. Whether it's a poor person or a rich person that gets killed. But there's a reason why they were in a panic state after this, and they created like a CEO hotline. I don't know if you guys remember. But there's also a similar reason as to why the government came down pretty aggressively against like people who were even remotely sympathetic or came across as sympathetic to Luigi Mangione and like insurance denial calls. Like there was the case with that woman in Florida that straight up, I think, is going to prison. Like the point of this is to be like, don't even think about it, right? Like that's why they're so aggressively posturing here. I, for one, find it rather interesting, rather strange that, you know, did they drop her charges? I thought that she was actually getting penalties. Yeah, they straight up created a crisis hotline for CEOs at the time. Kathy Hochul did. New York State officials considered creating a special hotline exclusively for CEOs to report perceived threats. I mean, I myself am, of course, a CEO, and I get death threats with regular frequency. I would like to report them, but they just seemingly don't care. It was a very, very interesting time because I think like some of the companies very quickly stopped. I mean, their approvals went up. Like their insurance claim approvals went up instantly after this. Once again, I'm not an advocate of the propaganda of the deed. Hasan, check out the replies under your X post from today. Which one? When someone says X post, I'm always a little disturbed by that. It's like when someone doesn't use Twitter and says X post, I'm like, that's strange.
New York, led by Jamie McDonald. Thank you.
Yeah, CEOs remove their photos from their websites online.
Thank the officers and detectives of the New York City Police Department, led by Commissioner Tisch, for your agency's unwavering pursuit of truth and accountability. Thank you, Commissioner. I'd also like to thank the Altoona Police Department of Pennsylvania and the Pennsylvania Department of Corrections, who helped facilitate the extradition to New York. We're incredibly grateful to our partners, and we wish the Thompson family comfort and strength as the legal process continues. Mr. McDonald.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the fun.
That is insane. Oh my God, dude. I don't know how to deal with the concept of Florida. It got me healthcare back. Healthcare randomly decided I wasn't disabled anymore. Went in person. Security told us to leave. Called from the parking lot and gave them every paper we were missing. Got it back after 8 months without. This is why I say we are spiritually, we're spiritual sisters of Israel, okay? Because how can you read this as anything but objectively like a pro-rape rally? One that took place in Israel not that long ago, if you remember, where they did a pro-rape January 6th. Miami, Florida is so spiritually Tel Aviv in the exact same vein. And here it is, corrected once again. Why'd you delete your healthcare tweet? Which one? I did not. Are you talking about this one? What's happening? I said for-profit healthcare kills 114K Americans a year. We have to change the system. It's still up. At least I can see it. They might have deboosted it or something. Counterpoint, why did you leave it up? America beat plot lines get weirder by the day. Yeah, according to these guys, there's a real miscarriage of justice going on, and Tate supporters are rallying for brothers ahead of bail hearing in Miami.
Free top chief! Free top chief! Free top chief! Free top chief! 24, 25, 26, 27.
Bro, this is exactly what I thought it would be looking like. I'm gonna keep it $150. This is wild. Straight up, free top G. They're doing push-ups outside of the courthouse. What the fuck is happening, man? Like, objectively a stranger thing. Objectively a stranger thing than what we've seen thus far outside of the Luigi Mangione court hearing.
Andrew Tate is not, as far as I'm aware, he hasn't been proven guilty of anything. He has not been convicted. So I'm here to defend a man who defends men all around the world.
Nothing what a democracy looks like. And that is what the UK looks like now.
That's awesome. I love the Tate brother attorney being a Tate prototype. That's awesome. That's cool. I like that. That's cool. Like he went and he found the only attorney that's like the same type of person. A Tater type. I know that they're not all doing cosplay as Andrew Tate, but it's really funny that it comes across as that. To the untrained eye, the tater tots are out.
It is a fallen regime. It is a despotic state. It is a state that hates men, that hates Christianity, that hates masculinity, and that hates Andrew and Tristan Tate.
Come on, there's got to be more for this, right? We got to hear
But
more.
Andrew and Tristan Tate are built different. And on top of that, They have the spirit of innocence inside of them. Nelson
Mandela
famously did 27 years of incarceration in solitary confinement, never changed his tune, and never broke his spirit, and never gave up because he was innocent.
Comparing the Tate brothers to Nelson Mandela is wild work, dude. Every day we devolve further and further into madness. Oh my Lord. What can I even say about this? Yeah, Andrew Tate fought hard for the gender apartheid to establish one. To establish the only apartheid that is justifiable, the gender apartheid. It's funny because, like, he's not joking. This is 100% serious. Like, this is his worldview.
The entire time. Innocent men don't give in. Innocent men don't run from the law. They run to the law. They lean.
You're scared because he's right? That's right. I am cowering. That attorney used to be my coworker. That is definitely his normal personality amplified. Oh, for sure. You got to be a real sicko to take on this case and you know, be the prominent lawyer. You got to be really invested in the media, in what this will do for your personal brand.
To the process. The idea that Andrew and Tristan Tate are somehow dangerous is.
Yeah, saying innocent men don't run for the law when discussing the Tates is also extra funny. You know, considering the reality that they did objectively run from the law in both Romania and also the United Kingdom, and this is an extradition hearing. So, like, that's, you only get that when you have run from the law. You know what I mean? Like, that's quite literally running from. I don't know. I mean, I'm just okay.
Ridiculous.
Didn't the Tates revert to Islam? No, that was the fakest shit ever. It'll never not be funny that Sneeko actually did sincerely revert to Islam because Andrew Tate fake reverted to Islam. Like, Sneeko is like actually Muslim now. And, or whatever cartoonish depiction of Islam he represents now, because he's like talking about, you know, fighting the kuffar or whatever. Right? But like, he actually did revert to Islam. Andrew Tate did not. It was all fake. It was in order to farm approval from the Ummah, which of course is a sucker for that sort of thing. As I talked about at the time, you know, Andrew Tate did that so that, you know, people in Dubai like him a lot more. People all around the Muslim world immediately fell for it and were like, oh my God, mashallah, mashallah, he did it. He converted, brother, our new brother. And then they fell for it. And then they gave him a lot of praise. And then they also supported him a lot. You know, the Ummah did. Very embarrassing moment. Very, very embarrassing moment. Let's be real. But it was totally fake. And he got that. He farmed it. He farmed it for all he could, while simultaneously drinking alcohol, not really doing anything. Not really becoming Muslim at all. But one of the converts was Sneeko. He actually did legitimately revert to Islam. He like has done the pilgrimage. Sneeko has, you know. And now he's doing other insane shit.
Every charge that has been levied against them, the acts of these charges, the facts of these charges date back to 10 years ago. The idea that there is somehow a flight risk is insane.
I mean, sounds like you're kind of Islam, to be honest, law. Big dog. I was born into it. Okay? That's the difference. I was born into it. I grew up in a Muslim country. My family's Muslim. Like, there's a different attitude when you're born. It's like a Catholic, right? The difference between someone who is like an adult convert like JD Vance versus the overwhelming majority of cradle Catholics that obviously will say, like, yeah, I'm Catholic, but I'm not really. You know what I mean? Like, do you understand the difference, right? And with Andrew Tate, he didn't even actually legitimately convert at all. He was just marketing himself as such.
They have been on judicial release for several years in Romania, and no matter where they are in the world, they fly back to Romania to make their court appointments all the time. The government knows this. The United Kingdom know this. The enemies of freedom, the enemies of justice, the enemies of free speech, the enemies of Andrew and Tristan Tate know this. So they threw the kitchen sink at them, and they drummed up every lie that they could, every lie on earth and every lie in hell, in order to make these two guys look like the Osama bin Ladens of rape.
I love this chart. Aryan third worldism, brown white supremacy, and the woke chud spectrum is such a funny chart from Matthew Petty. This is the only chart that matters. Okay. What am I looking at? Dude, it makes so much sense. This makes so much sense. Okay. This is the real. There's two charts that you have to. There's two charts that you have to look at. Okay. On the one hand, you have Aryan third worldism, where you got quirked up white boys and gals who unconditionally support third worldism. On the chud side of the unconditional support to third worldism, you have the guy who's like, I'm a fascist. This guy who very famously told Mehdi Hasan, I believe he was a fascist in that Jubilee debate. And he is now like the biggest defender of the IRGC, the biggest defender of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Okay. You got Calla Walsh, who went from being a Warrenite to a spokesperson for, I think, like some Lebanese media outlet. Right? Oh, this is a different guy? Am I mixing up my guys? Oh, I think he was on the Jubilee debate stage, but he never got. Did this guy not speak at all? He didn't get to speak at all? Anyway, on the woke side, you have Calla Walsh. I'm mixing up my white people. I apologize. I'm mixing up my Aryan third worldists. And of course, in the middle of that woke chud dynamic, you got Jackson Hinkle. A little bit of woke, a little bit of chud. In the middle of the brown white supremacy and Aryan third worldism is Zohran Mamdani on the woke side. On the chud side, I guess you have Kanye West and Nick Fuentes, you know. And you have at the center Mario Nawal, dead center. Right smack dab in the middle of Aryan third worldism and brown white supremacy. Up top, you have on the woke side of brown white supremacy, you got Neera Tanden. I don't know who this lady is. And you got Ian Miles Wrong, on the chud side of brown white supremacy. It makes total sense. This list makes total sense when you know these people's policies, okay? The other side, the other chart that you have to point to is what is it? The evil I did a thing? Yeah, Mario Nawal. There's another chart that you guys need to understand. Mario Nawal, you probably have seen, but you have never, like, you've seen his post, but you just don't know who he is. He's like the Twitter power user. X, the Everything app power user. He has a podcast on X, the Everything app. He's exactly the type of guy who says X. Okay. It's not I did a thing. But there's another one with like Marco Rubio and all those guys. Fuck, it's like the two ethnicities. I forget the other one. I'm sure you guys have seen the other chart. Someone in here has seen the other chart. Please send it to me. Do you know the one I'm talking about? The one that has like Doja Cat on it, Marco Rubio on it, and it's about like Groyper. Not is it Groyper? It's like shit. I've seen it before, but I can't remember. Top middle lady. This is the woman. Who is this? Oh, Zineb Rabua. Okay. I don't know who this person is. Is it Agartha related? I don't think so. It's okay, Grandpa. Let's get you to bed. All right, whatever. Whatever. Sorry, dog. I'm not a fucking loser. I don't got very weird Groyper charts. I mean, these are memes about the Groypers. Okay. And it's virtually impossible to Twitter search and find the other chart. So I'm going to give up on it, I guess. It's like Marco Rubio Latino supremacy or something. Like it's kind of like that. I'm trying to find it now. Fuck it. I'm just going to try and find it. I don't know if I can. Why is Mamdani on the chart, Hasan? Because he is right in the middle. ABC is reporting on Kaya now. Oh no. A brown bear in California decided to cool off in a backyard. No, this isn't it. Yeah, what? What? It's a hot day. She's cooling off. What's the problem? What? She's not allowed to? She's not allowed to cool off in the pool? I don't even know how they found this this video from my house. Bro, this is the real Maoist pool party. Of course, you forced her to be outside. They hacked your iCloud, buddy. I guess they did. Petty deleted nearly all his tweets. I feel like it was the first one I saw posting it. Yeah, the other one, but I can't find it now. That's what you're talking about, right? The other one with like Marco Rubio on it. Oh, that's it. Gattaca Batwasian. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Main ideologies of the 22nd century Cold War. That's what it was. Lusotropicalism, and Gattaca Buttwasian. That's what I was looking for. Thank you. These, consult the charts, okay? Consult the charts going forward. Thank you. I was literally, I don't know why I was fucking trying to explain it. I did such a horrible job trying to fucking explain this shit, okay? Consult the chart. Main ideologies of the 22nd century Cold War: Lusotropicalism, Gattaca Buttwasian. That's it. This is real. This is real. This is real. This is a real theory. Brother, I need you to go outside more. No, this is 100% real. This is the only reality that we are living in, and I don't think you guys understand it. Okay? What am I looking at? It's self-explanatory. I don't even know what you need. I don't know what you need to understand what's going on. Okay? The only two ideologies that matter in the 22nd century Cold War is Lusotropicalism versus Gattaca Buttwasian. Dengists, Chinese development, and gene editing, CRISPR gene editing, Gattaca Buttwasian. Okay? And then you got Lusotropicalism, Marco Rubio, Odessa Ozion, which is, I mean, she's not even actually, she's not even in any way, shape, or form Latino, but it doesn't matter. I am an Israeli and this is my chart. Dude, this is for you and 4 other people. Dog, this has 1 million views and 8.9K. By the 22nd century, the world's 2 major competing ideological power blocks will be Lusotropicalism versus Gattaca Buttwasian. The conflict between these two ideologies will form the basis of that century's Cold War. Yeah, this is here's additional here's an additional explainer. Eugenics with Chinese characteristics. So it's either Latino Aryanism or Asian techno-socialism. Yes, I know which side I'm on. I know which side I'm on. I've already laid a stake in one side of this Cold War. Okay? It's up to you to figure out which side you're on. I think we should all go outside now. I think you guys just don't understand. You can't see the future like I do. Okay? Fox News guy is very confused right now on how to create headlines off of this. Look, I've chosen my side already. And I think if you're a real head, you already know. Gene editing, really one of those technologies that has the power to change the political meta. Certain amounts of priors you can just throw out of it. Ever comes close to some of it. At present, more science fiction depictions of the process. By 2126, the world's 2 major competing political power blocks will be Lusotropicalism versus Gattaca but Chinese. Steve Saylor responded. Oh, Steve Saylor is a very famous white supremacist for those of you who don't know. And he wrote an article on it. He says, which Hapa gold medalist? This guy responds, incisive and entertaining article. Thank you for sharing, Mr. Saylor. Where do you think Pinoy Gang falls in this? Pinoy Gang actually is a merger of both of these concepts. both lusotropicalism and also eugenics with Chinese characteristics. So I think Pinoy Gang actually ends up thriving in this process as the official and only non-aligned bloc in the 22nd century Cold War. It is the only, there will be a Titoist style leader that will take over the Philippines, and they will be the only true center, true non-aligned movement in the world. Okay? They will be the official spiritual torchbearer of Titoist Yugoslavia. That's right. Pinoy Gang is the official third way. All right, we're done with this. We're done with this. The news can't be this slow, Lamau. It's not. There's a shit ton that we have to discuss. I'm just having a little bit of fun. It's Friday. The vibes are immaculate. Let me do my damn thing. Let me do my damn thing. Almost 30K watching this live, by the way. What is this? Fox, forget the issues. Apparently the hottest thing in the Democratic politics right now is being hot. The Telegraph even declaring it a sexy socialist summer.
The issues. Apparently the hottest thing in Democratic politics right now is being hot. The Telegraph even declaring it a sexy socialist summer, touting the, quote, hotness of the candidates who have a naked appeal to young voters.
It's kind of funny that Fox News is covering articles about me that I didn't even know existed at this point. That's crazy.
That's another problem. All right.
There's so much that HasanAbi still hasn't talked about. Caroline Leavitt. I mean, I briefly covered Caroline Leavitt. I just don't know what to cover about it. Calling you a candidate, by the way. Yeah. Meanwhile, in Florida, Laura Loomer, Randy Fine have gotten 2 different locations to cancel on Oliver, Elijah, and Rashida. We have a 3rd location lined up, but it's crazy still. We're not doing too well down here. Yeah, I already talked to Oliver to not repeat the mistake a second time. And I'm glad the 3rd time they will not be repeating the mistake. Never put the address of the location that you are going to. Never put the address of a location if you are of the insurgent left, if you are, rabble rousers. Never put the address of your location on the flyer. It opens up an opportunity. It's basic OPSEC that you have to do. We learned this the hard way, okay? What is this? Gutfeld. That's not hot. That's Democrat hot. A Democrat 10 is a Republican. What is it? Come on, man. I said I don't want to cover this shit. I said I'm done covering the Fox News Power Hour, but they're pulling me back in. Why is Greg Gutfeld talking about how not sexy I am? What the fuck? Hasan, what do we do instead of putting an address? What do you mean? You say in the RSVP that the address will be sent to those who RSVP. It's that simple. If you are trying to put together an event, one, you can't really tell the event organizer, you can't really tell the location, the venue, what you're doing. Okay? You just can't do that. You just have to, you inform them as close to the actual event as possible. If you have to inform them of who's coming. Jessica wants Fox News to move on from you. My queen. My queen.
Well, and one of them is Hasan Piker is out there, and he's giving Democrats a lot to talk about. He is saying that they need to be defending him. But Jessica, I would think the last thing Democrats want to do is even be talking about Hasan Piker, much less having to defend some of the stuff that he said, which you know, for a lot of people is very anti-Semitic and anti-American.
Yeah, the Hasan Piker news cycle feels like it has been going on longer than the life of my youngest daughter, who is 2.5 years old. So it might be time to talk about something else besides Hasan Piker or his influence on these elections.
Thank you, my queen. My queen. Why is Buttfeld talking about who's hot and who's not when he looks like that? I don't know. Did you see this? What is this? This is a hilarious video. Bash tries to pull a Mamdani and the pothole in question doesn't even get fixed. Just don't post it then. There are hundreds of other potholes in LA people could point you to. Oh no.
Hey, Mayor Bass. I found this pothole here on Melrose and Gardner Street. Hoping you could just send some folks down here to just remedy that for us.
Simone Boyce, we got you. Spot a pothole in the street, send it our way. Report it to 311. Karen, what's wrong with you? The whole point is you're supposed to get it filled up and then post it.
Hi, Simone. I saw your post, so I want you to know that city crews were out here today at noon. But unfortunately, there was a car that was here, so we couldn't repair the pothole. So you know what we did? We put up these no parking signs so that hopefully there won't be anybody parked here tomorrow morning, and the city crew...
No. Karen, what is wrong with you? Come on, dude. What are we doing? What are we doing? Don't post the L. Just wait a fucking day. Wait a day for the car to leave. And then fill the pothole and then make the video. No one needs to know that it took one day. And even if it took one day, that's still good. LA in a nutshell, unfortunately, there was a car here. Bro, this lady was literally targeted by... This lady was targeted by the federal government alongside myself, okay, as a political dissident that is considered a radical by the State Department, okay?
Crews will be back. In the future, if you have any problems like this, you can call 311. If it's graffiti, if it's a pothole, or if it's just random trash. So thank you, Simone. Thank you for being a great LA citizen. We're going to get this done. Hey, Mayor.
And then she goes and gets a burger for a job not finished. For a job well left for the next day. That's amazing. Hey, we got Karen Bass, Zohran Mamdani. We got Zohran Mamdani at home. This is Zohran Mamdani at home. Oops, there was a car parked there. What is this? What the fuck is this account of the chart? What about redistributing all the world's wealth equally so that every single person has the exact same GDP per capita, which is about the same as the Dominican Republic currently has, 12,400, thus turning the entire world into a kind of global Dominican Republic superstate? Stop. We're done with. Don't suck me back in to Lusotropicalism as the only mode of existence. A global Dominican Republic? Sign me up. Sign me up. I'm in. So Jay Electronica was right. The Dominicans own the banks, huh? Yeah. Rasha pussy got me acting strange. I started saying the Dominicans own the banks. This is such a fucking insane deep cut. Okay, we got to move on. There's probably Fox News people who are just having an aneurysm watching this fucking stream right now.
I want to talk about my wheelhouse.
Hotness?
How did you know?
I knew we were going back there with you.
Yeah. So they're talking about hot. That's not hot. That's Democrat hot. You know? Democrat hot. A Democrat 10 is a Republican 3. Let's be honest. Jessica exception. But let's face it, they're very homely, sad looking. I mean, you have Jerry Nadler.
I think it's really funny to try and make this argument because this was a big point of contention when the New York Times wrote about me as a progressive mind in a MAGA body, and everyone was like, have you seen a MAGA body? Like, I don't think it's important. Like, I don't think your looks are important at all. I don't think they matter. But it's very funny for a Republican that looks like that to make this argument about me when I look the way I do. And it's also funny to make that argument as a broader movement. Like, oh, obviously the Republicans are the hot ones. Like, okay, sure.
That is...
You have Randy Fine.
Randy, I don't even know who that is.
That can't be your excuse for everything that I ever said.
I don't know. I'm glad I don't know who Randy Fine is.
Yeah, you should be glad.
But here...
Does Gutfeld really want to do this? Okay, so I disagree with double anarchy. I think Stephen Chung is the sexiest man in the White House. I think Stephen Chung might be the sexiest guy in general. Don't get me fucking started about my goat. Okay, why did you do this? You brought this up. You come at the king, you best not miss. Okay, what can I say about Stephen Chung? Let me start off by saying that no human being is shaped like he is, okay? No shape is like him, honestly. Not just human beings, like he is an entirely new shape, okay? Like scientists have tried to come up with new shapes that we have never foreseen before. You got mathematicians like doing geometry, trying to comprehend what this guy's shape actually truly is. And you over here have the audacity to disrespect them. Okay? He is everything and nothing we have foreseen. Okay? He's everything to me. He's everything to me. I love him. I find him to be so sexy. Yeah, he's non-Euclidean. I don't know why people even disrespect him because he is so perfectly rotund. He is so perfectly shaped. And I respect that because I don't think you guys understand, like, oh, everyone can just like go to the gym, get on TRT, take retatrutide, and like look a certain type, like fit a certain mold. No one looks like Stephen Chung. No one on the planet, nothing looks like him. So I don't think you guys understand how impressive that is. He is truly sculpted by God. He is truly, and I mean this sincerely, this is not a joke. He is truly, like, God took a lot of time on him, okay? When he was going through the conveyor belt, God was like, I'm spending extra time. Now, this is also a fancy shared by Xi Jinping as well. Xi Jinping, leader of China, paused in bewilderment after seeing Trump's morbidly obese. Okay, chill, right-wing cope. Look at this. Like, he does a double take. It's beautiful. It's a moment where Xi Jinping also goes, I've never seen anything like this before. Okay? It's brilliant. He's like, I'm shaking all the hands of all these fucking dinguses, and right here, I got to take it all in. This might be my last moment of seeing something so amazing. He's like, this is new technology. This is Gattaca equation. Going back to one of the two poles in the new Cold War in the 22nd century, Xi Jinping saw a flash forward. He literally looked at Stephen Chung and he thought to himself, oh my God, Americans have this weapon on their side. We might be cooked. Like he really reconsidered doing strategic export controls to the United States of America because he was like, we can't overcome. We cannot overcome. We cannot fight against this we cannot fight a battle. We cannot wage war against America. The Taiwanese Strait is yours, Mr. President. That's what he was thinking in his mind. His life flashed before his eyes when he saw Stephen Chung. Like, why do you guys think China cut their imports by half instead of refeeding their strategic petroleum reserves? You're staring at the decision. Like, a lot of people in the Financial Times and all around, they wrote articles endlessly endlessly speculating, trying to figure out why China actually made sure that markets were stabilized, right, during the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. He's the reason. This was the turning point for him. Xi Jinping stared directly into the eyes of Stephen Chung, and he thought to himself, wow, this is the most impressive thing I have ever seen. Not guy, necessarily, just thing. A true higher being, a deity, if you will. His face can be 180%. What? Oh, yeah. His face can be rotated and still look the same. Yeah. It's perfect. It's perfection. It's perfection. You just literally showed me. You proved that it's perfection. Trump is never apologizing for higher prices.
So
hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Let's go. This is a winning message. Okay. Let's see what he had to say.
Say this. So for you to pay a tiny little bit more for your gasoline, just remember you're doing it so that a very evil country cannot have a country. Really, it's the #1 state sponsor of terror in the world. We don't want to have them have a nuclear weapon. So remember that when you have to pay a little bit more, you're at $4. It's okay. I mean, it's I'll never apologize. I did the right thing.
Let your nuts hang, big dog. Hell yeah. Respect, 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 respect. That's why he's the GOAT. Only Nixon could go to China. Only Trump could literally whip his dick out and be like, suck it. And you got millions of Americans going, yes, sir. Can I come for seconds? Please, sir, I need some more. I need it for sustenance. That is awesome. Like, people talk a lot about Marie Antoinette. Did she say, let him eat cake? Was that misunderstood? Obviously, like, the way that we interpret those events is like, this is a let him eat cake moment. We constantly use that. Donald Trump has literally been saying to the masses, no cake for you, just dog shit on a platter. And the masses respond with excitement. It's incredible. I've never seen anything like it. I don't think there's ever going to be a cult leader like this. I don't think anyone else has this kind of power of hypnosis. I don't think anyone has this pliant a base. He doesn't just sit there and tell you, things are going to get better. He tells you things will not get better. And then he says, I did it. Takes ownership over it. And then says, I'm not apologizing. And the people clap for him like seals. It is amazing. Breaking from the Wall Street Journal, Trump White House officials have asked Trump's Justice Department to consider a new prosecution of David Hearn, the man accused of vandalizing the reflecting pool, as Trump fumes over U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro's decision to drop the case. It must be awesome to be someone who genuinely loves Donald Trump to know that there is literally nothing he can do that would humiliate or shame you. The freedom of total self-abasement. If only they had the capacity to read, if only they had the capacity to understand things, they would feel a sense of shame. If only they had the capacity to feel shame. But they do not. And we're stuck with them. It's incredible. I'll give you another example of Trump's madness, his mania. I saw this from the Bulwark the other day, or last night, rather. Donald Trump has decided to not only refuse to prosecute money launderers. Wait, what the fuck? Where's the food? Sorry, hold on. Oh, it's not here yet. Never mind. I was pulling the trigger too early. Pulling the trigger too early. Donald Trump has decided that it's not enough to merely shut down the anti-corruption database. He's deleting the data so further investigators can't use it. That is where we're at. Trump's gift to the money launderers. The Treasury isn't merely shutting down the anti-corruption database. They're deleting the data so future investigators can't use it. Beast mode. Beast mode. Who is this for, you might ask? Like in the base. And it's just for his besties. That's it. Now, of course, nothing is ever deleted, obviously. Damn, the guy who abuses animals because he's an impatient prick still has 30K viewers. Y'all are some sick fucks. Lamau says Hadjir Gaming. Yeah, it's true. No, people come in here for the animal abuse. You might as well. If you're imagining alternative scenarios, you might as well imagine that that's what people come in for. That's the point. They initially came in for the commentary and they stayed for the animal abuse. That's the goal now. That's what the Democrats are doing. Those are the rules now. That's the goal now. What's going on? Anyway, let's get back to the Tate. Actually, I'm just going to skip the Tate shit. Let's look at the flock
cameras. This morning,
cameras.
a new warning about vandals obstructing, damaging, or stealing cameras made by Flock Safety that can tell when a car crosses a certain intersection. Someone smeared a glue-like substance on this one in Edina, Minnesota. In nearby Plymouth, Minnesota, a camera was destroyed.
The camera was found just broken into pieces, sitting at the base of the pole that it was mounted to.
In North Carolina, police said these are the vandals who cut through a metal pole to steal a camera in Craven County. A law enforcement bulletin reviewed by ABC News is warning of a week-long protest later this month, encouraging people to disable the cameras and cover their license plates to fight back against what critics call an invasion of privacy. This guy posts videos of himself on social media covering cameras with tape and stickers. There are 120,000 flock cameras deployed around the country to read license plates and store the data for police to search.
A lot of this is done for abductions, but also counterterrorism things matters as well. Put them on bridges, put them on highways, and you can find someone committing a crime.
Flock says that's exactly what they do.
We helped in over 1 million crimes last year, over 10,000 missing people.
But just this week, this former police officer in North Carolina was arrested for allegedly using flock cameras more than 30 times to track her boyfriend's ex-wife.
At least twice, she accessed these cameras while she was off duty.
In Ohio, 2 officers resigning after they were accused of repeatedly searching the same license plates without a legitimate reason. And after this ad aired during the Super Bowl to promote a new feature to find lost dogs,
search party from Ring uses AI to help families find lost dogs.
A different camera system, Ring, severed its partnership with Flock.
Why are people so concerned with your technology?
I think the conversation is worth having, right? We believe in a future where public safety and privacy can coexist. The debate is real, but we shouldn't forget that safety is also a fundamental right.
Now, police departments really rely on these cameras to help them fight crime and find missing people. They're now increasing patrols around automated...
Find missing ex-wives. And by missing, we just mean surveil the ex-wives that don't, that have established no contact with the cops. Dude, it is so crazy. We are taking 0 of the good policies of China and only taking the policies that I find, you know, not so great. It's wild to live in a panopticon like this with none of the benefits, like no high-speed rail, no nothing. Shit sucks.
License plate readers to keep vandals away. Guys.
Yeah, you can see why there's concern, though, about privacy with it all. All right. Thank you, Aaron.
6 former Savannah Police Department employees, including 4 officers, are now under criminal investigation after being fired for allegedly misusing these controversial surveillance cameras made by the company Flock.
Totally honest, I'm disappointed. I'm pissed off about it.
The employees allegedly using the system to make personal searches involving family and acquaintances. The high-tech AI-powered cameras read license plates and store that data for police departments to use. Over 120,000 deployed nationwide to help fight crime. They're on streetlights, bridges, and highways. But backlash is growing amid rising reports of misuse. Dozens of officers now charged or accused of using the technology inappropriately, including stalking. This North Carolina police officer arrested for allegedly using it to track her boyfriend's ex.
Girl boss. Girl boss. Girl boss alert.
Wife more than 30 times. She's set to appear in court at the end of the month.
That's what bothers me the most. That
women are doing it too. Our women law enforcement are doing it too. If the men were doing it, it's fine.
People that use this stuff for personal gain.
Critics also calling these cameras an invasion of privacy. Some are being vandalized in acts of protest. In Texas, this camera cut in half. And in Minnesota, a man posting these videos of himself covering up the cameras with tape, telling ABC the technology is dangerous. But Flock telling ABC News their cameras do exactly what they're supposed to do.
We helped in over 1 million crimes last year, over 10,000 missing people.
And some agree.
The benefits, I believe, outweigh the issues here.
And Flock saying that criminal acts like vandalism should never be the answer here as people continue to make their voices heard in this ever-growing debate about individual privacy versus public safety. Rhiannon.
Very controversial, Olivia.
What's the debate? There's no debate. People don't like it. People don't want it. And they get it anyway because no one gives a shit about what the people want. So where's the debate? The media always talks about, oh, this is a divisive subject. There's a lot of debate. There's never a debate. It's the same with Israel, right? Like, people obviously have made up their minds on the issue, and the politicians don't listen to them because there's no real, like, theoretical democracy. There's no debate on the matter. The people are united, and the corporations get their wishes across regardless, and those who defend those corporations get their wishes across regardless. Okay. Respect. Didn't know it was like that. You'll be shocked to learn Flock's biggest investor is Andreessen Horowitz, who's an early seed investor in the Free Press, both in 2021, which is oddly not disclosed in this segment. This is straight up infomercial. Looking forward to CBS News Properties doing commercials for other entries in Horowitz products.
Do you ever feel like you're watched? That's the panic behind a new fear sweeping across America. People are freaked out about surveillance from our employers, our nanny cams, and our phones watching our every move. And right now, this anxiety is being taken out with electric saws and cans of spray paint on tools used by law enforcement to keep us all safe. The target?
Bro, these people are so wild, dude. I mean, what do you say to this? It is quite God, it's such a cliche to say this, but it is quite literally 1847 animal factory, brother. George Orwell. I mean, this is, I don't know. Am I crazy? I feel like this is insanely authoritarian. Like, we have rules. We are supposed to have protections against unwarranted surveillance. Nope. Warrantless surveillance is now fine.
Flock safety cameras. In upstate New York, someone cut down
Yeah, by the way, the mere fact that we're discussing this in critical terms puts us as anti-tech extremists, by the way, just so you know. That's the other thing that the Trump administration has decided is also on the terrorism watch list. I mean, the terrorism watch list nowadays for the Trump administration, according to the NSPM 7 list, is basically just being a HasanAbi head. They should just say, like, you know, are you a HasanAbi head? Then you're going to jail.
block safety camera with an electric saw. In Oakland, California, another was covered in paint. And in Idaho, someone rammed one with their truck. And in good old Florida, a man just sits in his lawn chair with a cardboard held up for the lens. Since January, roughly 23 cities have canceled their contracts or shut off their flock camera over Fourth Amendment concerns. There's even an open source intelligence website, DFlock, that's finding these cameras so people know exactly where to vandalize them. Here's what's actually under attack.
Here's what's actually under attack. The profit margins, the state's function to surveil you without warrants. That's what's actually under attack. I'm here to tell you that's a bad thing. We have to make sure that the state can engage in warrantless surveillance at all times at direct odds with the Fourth Amendment.
2025 alone, the system helped locate 10,000 missing people, about 27 people a day, or about one every hour. Over 40% of agencies said Flock helped recover over half of the stolen vehicles in their jurisdiction. In Indiana, an infant abducted at a shopping center was found in under 2 hours. In Ohio, a missing girl was located in under 30 minutes. And this is the tool that people are treating like the enemy. It is fair to have concerns about how companies use and track our data, but that's not what these cameras are for. To be blunt, they're not interested in you. Unless you're a kidnapper, a thief, or someone who intends.
Dude, this is always the argument. This is always the argument. It's always, oh, it's not for you if you're not doing any crimes. Okay, what happens when tomorrow things that weren't considered crimes today are considered crimes? I mean, that's literally happening right now. So, is this lady AI? I don't think so. It did come across like AI to me, but... yeah, nothing to hide, nothing to fear. That's what they always say.
More like what would happen if a Pixar dad fucks the Pixar lamp, because I think we'd all agree this is what would happen there.
NRSC Snopes did a video of Hasan Piker speaking about black people's heavily edited missing key context. The footage of popular streamer surfaced in August 2026. It made headlines for supporting Democratic Michigan candidate Abdul Al-Sayed. Okay, Snopes. A video circulating in August 2026 allegedly shows Twitch streamer and left-leaning political commentator Hasan Piker making derogatory remarks about black people, saying he wishes the U.S. would return to a time of lynchings. The video circulated in light of Piker's support of and campaigning for Abdul Al-Sayed. In sum, the video consists of fragmented excerpts from 3 different streams, genuinely shows Piker speaking, in that it isn't a deepfake or AI generated, yet the video is heavily edited and presents Piker's spoken words without full context, and in some cases out of order. As such, it is misleading. Conservative political commentator Scott Jennings reposted the video with his own commentary, which included falsely claiming Piker said he had a plan of returning our country to lynchings. A full review of Piker's unedited remarks about the lynchings confirmed he was sarcastically mimicking other people's opinions. We emailed Jennings to ask whether he reviewed Piker's full episodes and wished to share further remarks. We also emailed a Piker representative and Al Sayed's campaign and request for comment, and we'll update this article if it receives further information. In August 2026, people alleged a video authentically showed popular Twitch streamer Hasan Piker making derogatory remarks about black people and saying he wished the U.S. would turn to a time of lynchings. The video, comprising of 3 separate clips, circulated at a time when Piker, a left-leaning political voice who streams live for many hours daily, was campaigning for Abdul al-Sayed. For example, on August 11th, the conservative political commentator Scott Jennings, who often appears on CNN Newsnight with Abby Phillip, posted a 41-second video in which Piker appears to make several offensive statements targeting black people, such as, "I don't give a fuck what black people care about," and mentions going back to a better time when lynchings are happening. After showing it, Jennings asked his audience, might these black voters find a home in the Republican Party this fall? Well, if Democratic campaigns are adopting the Piker plan of returning our country to lynchings, that might just happen. In sum, the video consists of genuine sentence fragments uttered by Piker. A full review of Piker's unedited remarks confirms Jennings falsely claimed Piker said he was in favor of bringing back lynchings. In the original stream, Piker's remarks on lynchings were sarcastic reactions to a user's chat comments and opinions expressed by someone else in a separate video. We emailed Jennings to invite comment and asked whether he reviewed Piker's full episodes. Okay. Piker then said on his August 13th stream he was suing Jennings, claiming he was working through litigation right now. Snopes located all 3 past streams and has presented those videos with transcripts later in this article. And then it originated from NRSC. The clip pulled excerpts from 3 different streams that were heavily edited. In an email, we asked the NRSC if the group researched the original clips from Piker's past streams, as well as invited further comment. NRSC spokesperson Bernadette Breslin did not directly answer the former question, saying via email, Hasan Piker is a communist fanboy and a terrorist sympathizer who glorifies racism and violence. He's the product of Democrats' failure to curb anti-American extremism plaguing their party. She also cited the Anti-Defamation League's page, warning of Piker's past rhetoric, and shared other examples of alleged inflammatory remarks. I wonder where they got it from, by the way. I know where they got it from. Twitch automatically removes archived live stream videos. We studied his clothing, his hair, glasses, as well as background objects, camera angle, and location. The first clip is the 41-second video of Piker saying, "I don't give a fuck what black people care about." The pertinent moment, beginning at the 4:10:48 mark, shows him watching a campaign speech, then featuring Vice President Kamala Harris, who was running for president at the time. He reads out loud a chatter's comment that says, "Like it or not, black people care about the border." He then makes an opinionated point about avoiding what he believed to be failed strategies of winning elections, bolding, reflecting remarks from the edited video. Yeah, they deleted this part. Man, shut the fuck up. Black people care about the border. Or what you think black people care about, okay? I'm talking across the board. The Democratic Party is literally going to fucking lose. Even if they don't lose, move the country significantly to a more right-wing position, okay? Oh, black people care about this, black people care about that. Like, shut the fuck up. That's not how politics works, okay? I hate that. I hate this, like, shield, okay? I hate this fucking idiotic shield. Oh, well, Hasan, how dare you? Like it or not, black people care about this issue. It's like, it's such a fucking stupid stance. It's such an idiotic stance. Nobody operates like this. Black people don't operate like this either. Shut the fuck up. Stop using this as a fucking shield. Moments later, Piker continues making remarks on the same subject. He previously addressed the same comments from 2024 video in an early 2026 stream. The second clip, the 41-second video, was from Piker's June 25th, 2025 stream. Beginning at the mark, Piker reads out loud a user chat message saying, "With all due respect, you don't know black people." Piker responds to that user, "With all due respect, I know polling." At 3:20:41, Piker reads aloud a message that says, "Can you shut the fuck up when it comes to black folk, because you really don't want to talk about us unless it comes from voting. When is the last time you spoke about Sudan?" Piker then forcefully responds, appearing to tell the person he believed their stance doesn't work in elections and would continue leading to their political demise, bolding reflect remarks edited from the video. "I am going to fucking ether you. Any other black folk want to engage in radical activist language as a fucking chat, suck my fucking cock. Okay, you stupid fucking radlib, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of my chat. Fucking stupid, moronic fucking radlib nonsense. Suck my fucking dick. Fuck you." You think you have a pass in here to fucking speak like this? Get the fuck out of here, dumb fuck. You think I'm gonna fucking baby you? Go ahead. Post a fucking clip about how much of a white supremacist I am. Suck my dick, annoying dumb fuck. God damn it, dude. Oh my God, I curse so much. We are talking about creating a larger, broad, people-backed movement and creating solidarity, and you immediately got Root.com article regurgitators in here instantly to be like, "Oh, sweetie, you don't understand black people. Shut up. Goddamn. The attitude left a long time ago. It doesn't work, okay? Keep advocating for your own demise then." Standpoint theory ass motherfuckers. Oh my God. This is the last one, which is the most egregious one. Piker presses play on a Jubilee video showing a black conservative commentator, Xavier DeRusso, who says, we have all these woke DAs who are putting forth policies. Piker then pauses the video and then laughs and then mocks DeRusso, saying the following. He said, we need more Klansmen as DAs, okay? Can we go back to a better time when lynchings were happening? This is what I like as a black man. Also, there's no real racism in America. My man said, woke DAs, dude. What are you saying? Moments later, Piker reads out loud a chat message that says, why are you always doing too much with black people? Leave them alone. I want to go back to lynching, but I get it, but fucking relax. The transcript proceeds as follows, beginning with Piker's remarks of the chat, user's message, and followed by sarcastic remarks about being racist. Like, there's a line, okay? When talking about, or to black conservatives, I do not cross that line, okay? I might come near that line, but I do not cross that line. So shut the fuck up. I understand the boundaries. We emailed DeRusso to request a comment. We'll update the story. DeRusso's response for further reading. We previously investigated the false claim that Al Sayed said he believed America deserved 9/11 attacks. The comment actually originated from Piker, who in the past has explained he believed the people removed the remark from his context, including that the larger intention was to explain his opinion on American foreign policy decisions have a direct consequence, such as the decisions that ultimately led to the terrorist attacks on September 11, 2001. I know that people don't give a shit, but someone sent Jennings that shit and they didn't check it all the way. They just ran with it. Could get Scott in trouble. Yes. And it's not even Scott Jennings. It actually originated from the NRSC account. And yes, I know, I think I know exactly where they got those clips from. And yes, they were dumb enough not to actually check it. So yes, I'm pursuing legal avenues currently. It is crazy, though. It's crazy that these guys are so stupid that they just didn't even look. They did not even try to see if this is like a valid statement. They were just like, nope, those words came out of his mouth. I cover the news. NJF LARP? What does that mean? It's also kind of crazy because I don't blame black people who don't want to associate with Hasan. It's not unfounded. I would never speak to a black person about how Hasan was only sarcastically joking about black people being lynched. I respect people's boundaries law. Enfant Door, once again, back with a fire take. Thank you, Enfant Door. Yeah, okay. What to say? What is NJF? I have no idea what this is. I'm just going to block them. Anyway, so to Infantor, I have to say, you understand that this article says I'm reading a comment from someone else. Like I'm reading someone else's comment. Like when I sometimes cover the news, right? There will be quotes in the news item where someone has said something racist. If I read that out loud, that doesn't mean that that's my opinion personally, right? Like you can comprehend that, right? Like this kind of stuff matters, I think, I hope. Anyway. This is the Jason R. Day, the professor, right? Who he died. I don't know if he killed himself or not. Anyway, so Dave Weigel posted clever use of clipping by the Tiffany campaign. The video cuts right after Crowley says he doesn't want to support a moratorium before he lays out his position and criticizes Trump for wanting data centers without conditions to help locals and taxpayers. But look at all the QTs. It's all people convinced that Tiffany just outflanked Crowley. So the reason why Dave Weigel posted this is because he's a reporter and he has recognized exactly what. Did I finish John Oliver? There's like 3 seconds remaining. It's over. Okay, look, it's done. It's done. We're ending that broadcast. We're ending that video. But in any case, what the Republicans are doing, like, I don't even agree with David Crowley's policy. Okay? I don't agree with David Crowley's policy on this. I think a moratorium is better. A moratorium is better politics. A moratorium is better policy. Why? Because that way you can actually take a hardline stance that people can associate with, people can understand. Okay? So that's one. But the reason why Dave Weigel is posting this longer clip is because David Crowley's position on data centers is actually the exact same as Tom Tiffany's position on data centers. However, Tom Tiffany keeps clip chimping David Crowley to make it seem like Tom Tiffany is anti-data center and David Crowley is pro-data center. In reality, in the real world, they're both pro-data center with some limitations, with some restrictions. Okay? This is yet another instance where Democrats end up, due to their centrist positions, due to their moderation positions, they end up losing to disingenuous liars on the Republican side. This is the fault of the Democrats at the end of the day. Obviously, the Republicans are lying, but we know that they're always going to lie, right? So either address that they're lying or establish a position that is so clear that people don't misunderstand it. The only reason why Tom Tiffany is doing this, by the way, specifically doing this, is because Tom Tiffany understands that data centers are unbelievably unpopular in the state of Wisconsin. They're unbelievably unpopular nationwide, and they're exceptionally unpopular in Wisconsin. It's a 75% disapproval. That's the issue. So now, at least the Republicans are lying about stopping data centers, whereas the Democrats, just like in 2024, they couldn't get themselves to say that they're anti-genocide, that they were going to put a stop to the genocide, that they were going to hold Israel accountable. Okay? Instead of taking a firm and committed position and even following through on said firm and committed position,
Turning now to the latest twist in the
Democrats are still trying to hit the, moderate, reasonable center on this issue. Mark Levin's latest video about you. We don't have to watch everything, dude. Oh, this is... Anyway, so that's the problem. Crowley knows he wouldn't have even made it this far if it wasn't for tech company money. Data centers got what they wanted by taking out Hong, and they know they have both nominees in their pockets. Crowley isn't lying because he doesn't care about winning. He just wants a bag and will follow orders. Tiffany is allowed to lie because tech would rather have a Republican win anyway. So no, Crowley is not getting outflanked by Tom Tiffany. He's not. But Tom Tiffany is presenting it as such. Tom Tiffany and David Crowley are both pro data center. I wish David Crowley wasn't pro data center. I wish he was anti data center. Tom Tiffany is clip chimping David Crowley to make it seem like he is more antagonistic to data centers than David Crowley is. That's what's going on here. And Tom Tiffany understands that there is a lot of appetite for anti-data center comments from candidates. He's doing this to depress left voter turnout. He's also doing this so he can dupe those moderates, those independents in the middle who fucking despise data centers, as do the Republicans. What is the point of following this anymore? Why does Wisconsin governor matter anymore? Great question. It's because these races are not happening in an isolated and totally separate reality. It's happening in this current midterm cycle. And it's the same Republican Party that is using the exact same technique. I like using this as an example because David Crowley won as the moderate centrist in the Wisconsin gubernatorial race, and Abdul El-Sayed won as the left flank progressive in the Michigan Senate race. Therefore, we get to see how the Republican Party operates in two states where one candidate is a centrist and the other candidate is a progressive. We get to see a very unique case here. We get to see a very unique case here, a unique insight into the Republican tactics of divide and conquer. Okay? Damn, did he change his position overnight? No, this was always his position.
We've been traveling and talking to many people. I want to address something that we've been talking about that people have asked questions about, and that is the data centers here in the state of Wisconsin, right? And I want to be very clear. Local communities should be the end all, be all when it comes down to data centers. They should be able to make the decisions when it comes down to data centers. And if they don't want a data center, they should not be forced to have a data center. And there's no and, ifs, or buts about that. I want to be very clear. And as we've been traveling,
yeah. This is the Tom Tiffany position as well, for the record. Isn't that the status quo? Yes, it is the status quo. And yes, people are very upset at the status quo. But such is the nature of establishment Democrats. You're such a loser and Tectone is roasting you. You are all supporting a terrorist fuck. Dog, I think it's pretty embarrassing to come in here and openly admit that you're a Rape Tone fan. You should ask Rape Tone why he's not allowed to own a gun in the state of Texas for the next decade. Woke courts. Tectone is roasting you. Oh my God. How embarrassing. Actually an Asmond fan? Man, you just swapped out of that real quick, huh? You just didn't even want to defend Rape Tone. Damn. That's sad. That's sad for Rape Tone. His loyal soldier came in here and was like, yo, Rape Tone is roasting you right now. And immediately, as soon as I said, you know, you should ask him why he can't own a gun for the next decade, you went, actually, I'm just an Asmongold fan. That's also embarrassing. Like, you think that's better? I mean, I guess it might be better than Rape Tone. It probably is better than Rape Tone, but that's also equally as embarrassing to openly admit. Where's your proof? Dog, there's a literal court case. What are you talking about? What? Where your proof? Where should I begin? Should I begin with Rape Tone or Rape Tone's dad? Papa Rape Tone. Even Asmongold backed away from Rape Tone? Wait, really? Bro got banned from Asmongold chat? No. Dude, these guys are awesome. They get like timed out and fucking banned. I ask a question on white rage or white fragility theory, and what do you think? Can I ask a question? I really don't want to get banned for spamming. Can you check my chat log, please? White rage or white fragility? What do you think of it? Zach Rahr, play Elden Ring with me. Banned. You said yourself you want to end the white race. Are you stupid? I'm white. I am white. I mean, I know you're stupid. I shouldn't have said, are you stupid? Because I know you are. There's no such thing as white genocide. Okay? It's not real. There's no such thing as the Great Replacement. It's not real. I was joking about people who believe that. Do you understand? Because if you think about it a little bit further, you will start realizing that consensual race mixing amongst adults is what people oppose. That's precisely the reason why it used to be illegal in the United States of America. Now, you're a European guy, I assume. You must be, because you're an Asmongold fan. Okay? But back in the day, in the United States of America, it was illegal. There were miscegenation laws that made it illegal for non-whites and whites to get together, fall in love with one another, and have babies. Okay? All right? But it's wrong to want open borders? Wait. Do you understand the previous thing that I got through? Because, you know, you're moving away from it real quick. It kind of feels like you understand it now. Because you live in, well, you used to live in the European Union. Now you don't, if you're in the UK. But remember back when you guys had the, you know, open borders process where people could travel unrestricted from state to state? Do you feel like it's better for the UK now that the Brexit happened? Bro, what if Scott Jennings becomes the new press secretary to avoid litigation? I don't think he's going to become press secretary.
A Muslim municipal
Mississippi judge faces backlash over Muslim faith? What the fuck is this?
judge in a small town in the Delta is being scrutinized for her religious beliefs. The news has blown up on social media after she was appointed.
Please don't measure the progress of black people or America at large through the lens of interracial relationships. Please and thank you. Take a day off and fat door. This is a, pro-miscegenation broadcast. You need to take your anti-miscegenation sentiment elsewhere. Yes, and Fantor famously is a black chatter who is for segregation. Bait avoided. We're moving on.
12 News political reporter Cameron Smith joins us. Cam, there's lots of noise circulating on social media. What can you tell us?
Yeah, Jeremy, that's right. Asma Ali is an immigration attorney and has a law firm in Ridgeland. Since the news came out, some political leaders don't appear to be pleased with the news that she's appointed as a municipal court judge. I did speak with a law professor who outlines what the U.S. Constitution says about the town of Benoit's decision. The town of Benoit's new municipal court judge is sparking controversy online.
There's been a lot of backlash against her.
How is this? I'm sorry. Do people not have any shame whatsoever anymore, where they're just straight up like, no, you can't have a judge who's Muslim, man? Wow. That's incredibly racist, dude. And also outright illegal. like this is, you cannot do this.
Because some people don't think that Muslims should be judges.
According to
what the fuck, brother? That is incredible. That is, wow. I mean, I don't know what to say. That's okay. That's interesting.
Asma Ali, she was appointed and sworn in as a municipal court judge. She posted the oath of office and meeting agenda on Facebook, saying a part, quote, I was born in the United States, and as both an attorney and a judge, I am committed to upholding the United States Constitution and the laws of the state of Mississippi, end quote. We also asked Franklin Rosenblatt, he's an associate professor at Mississippi Christian University School of Law, what the Constitution says about her appointment.
In Article 6 of the Constitution, Clause 3, there's a provision that says there shall be no religion test for any.
Yeah, I don't think. Controversial take. I don't think Republicans care about the Constitution. Controversial take alert. Okay. I just don't think they care. Straight up.
Public office in the United States. Period. It's an unambiguous rule.
The mayor of Benoit put out a statement this afternoon on her behalf and the Board of Aldermen. The statement reads in part, quote, being Muslim is not a lawful basis for denying or terminating the appointment. Based on such, she meets the qualifications to serve as a municipal court judge in the state of Mississippi and for the city of Benoit, end quote. The news has a few Republican leaders weighing in on the state Sharia law ban passed in 2015, which they say doesn't go far enough.
In 2015, Mississippi passed a bill that said there shall be no other law other than the U.S. law or Mississippi law. And when this bill was debated, it was commonly called by its proponents the anti-Sharia law, seen as a means to make sure that Sharia was not implemented in Mississippi. Sharia refers to the religious textual rules of Muhammad and his followers.
Mississippi State Senator Michael McClendon issued a statement on social media. He says he will introduce legislation called the Don't Sharia Mississippi Act during the 2027 legislative session to strengthen Mississippi's Sharia law ban. Part of the proposed legislation reads, we shouldn't wait for Sharia law to become a bigger issue in Mississippi. But
that's the biggest issue in Mississippi. That's right. Yeah. Following the hadiths. That's incredible. God, we are getting dumber and dumber as a fucking country, man. Holy shit. What do you do? What do you do with these fucking hogs, man? What do you do? Yeah. I like that he said we shouldn't wait for it to become a bigger issue, implying that it's already an issue. Like, Sharia law is here in Mississippi already. I do declare. It's already an issue, but we can't allow it to become a larger issue than it already is. Educate them is what we do with these hogs. I just don't know if that's a possibility. I don't know if that's in the cards, man.
Before we act, we have the opportunity to get ahead of it, and that's exactly what this legislation will do, end quote.
They are saying that because of her religion, and without knowing anything else about her, They insist that she will implement Sharia law in her rulings. That should be very offensive to anyone. That's like saying because someone is a Catholic and goes into public office, that we should not accept them because we will assume they are taking their commands from the Vatican or from the Pope.
The town of Benoit's statement concludes by saying that they hope they can move forward for the citizens of the town.
Some breaking news now after a long and emotional night at McKinney City Hall.
City leaders gave the green light to plans for a new mosque, but not before hours of heated public comment.
Child marriage, honor killings. Don't tell me it can't happen here.
Fear and prejudice have no place in public policy or in Texas.
McKinney City Council approves plan for mosque after divisive council meeting. God, this country, man. I mean, this is what you get after 25 years of Islamophobic propaganda, you know? This is the byproduct. We made people into psychopaths. We made them into fearful little monsters, like little tyrants who are terrified of their own shadows.
This is not the American way.
The chambers were packed, as well as the overflow room that they had available.
Natalie Haddad is in the newsroom with what happened. Good morning to you, Natalie.
Good morning. What was described as a procedural vote quickly became one of the most contentious city council meetings McKinney has seen in a really long time. While the vote focused on whether the proposed mosque met city development standards, the public comment period revealed deep divisions in the community. Yeah, more than 150 people signed up to speak during what city leaders called a procedural vote on whether the proposed mosque site plan met McKinney's development standards. The mosque would be built on a 5.5-acre plot along Virginia Parkway. Supporters and opponents packed the city council chambers, with crowds spilling into overflow rooms and the hallways of City Hall.
I mean, this is literally the legacy of segregation. Like, this is, you know, it's a more modest version of what many of these little townships and cities did to black people over and over again. I suspect some of which still want to do it to black people as well. I mean, this is, you know, this is the legacy of the Klan. It's also kind of crazy because, like this is also the other side of the equation of, like, the Islamophobia to anti-Semitism equation that I talk about all the time. Like there's no world where there's a Jewish judge and then they bring up a big fuss, and then local news has to cover it, and then they go to like a local politician who's like, yeah, we can't let Talmudic law take over Mississippi. I mean, I'm sure some of them think that way. You know, make no mistake. I'm sure some of those guys in Mississippi probably also feel that way as well. It's just like there is the institutional permissibility of Islamophobia, and that does not exist for anti-Semitism. It shouldn't exist for either, right? It should not be permissible. And then back to back, we go into the other story where it's like, there's a proposed synagogue. What are they doing? What are they doing in the synagogue?
Some speakers claimed the mosque would pose, quote, a serious threat to McKinney and America. Even former McKinney Mayor George Fuller was there. He served 8 years in office until earlier this summer. He spoke in support of the project. He was met with boos and called a traitor. Security even escorted him out after his remarks as a safety precaution.
Every religion and every culture have its extremists and radicals, and they should
Lion.
be condemned wherever they exist. But that is not who we're talking about tonight. We're talking about families who have spent decades serving this community and raising their children here.
My issue with this.
That's crazy. That is fucking insane.
mosque is not in it being a place of worship. It is that it may become a base where young men and women will
Yeah, this is where the Klan went. By the way, it never died or got prosecuted. Oh, I know.
be taught and trained to overthrow this great nation, a threat for which my forefathers fought with their own blood to build for the liberty of its citizens.
City council members said while they approved the site plot plan, the conversation, quote, is not over. Dia?
All right, Natalie, thank you for that.
The city of McKinney just gave a major approval for a proposed mosque last night. City council voted unanimously 7-0.
I cannot believe how this is news. It's insane. Are we dead ass? Yes, bro. Take a look at what America B is doing sometimes. It's good. It's good to like remember that this is also happening in the same country that we're a part of, you know? Yeah. My policy on it is data centers instead. Let's stop this mosque nonsense and put, instead of a place for Allah worship, how about we worship ChatGPT at the data center? I would like more data centers. That plot right there, you're going to put the Allah Akbar plot. You're going to use it for worshiping Allah, when we should put one of those big black square boxes like the Kaaba that they have over there in Mecca, but instead, inside of it is more modems. Put a data center. Put a data center on that plot.
To approve a site plan for the McKinney Islamic Association's new mosque. This was a very contentious meeting, more than 5.5 hours of public comment right here at City Hall behind me. The vote didn't happen until around 11:30 at night after all that public comment ended. McKinney residents were largely split on the issue, with many residents being against the mosque and many residents for the mosque.
Ask any Muslim what the penalty is for leaving political Islam. It's death.
Dude, you're not Muslim. It's fine. This is my favorite. Like, this is a holdover from like early post 2001 Islamophobic propaganda. Okay. Why are you stressing, bro? Why are you stressing? You're not leaving Islam. Is that what you're stressing? You're worried? It's like, my faith has been tested. As you all know, I'm faithful to Allah. And yet my faith has been tested, and I'm thinking about leaving the light of Allah. I'm thinking about leaving Islam. It's true, though. Yeah, no, totally. They're always, yes, dude. Yes. Muslim countries are constantly executing former Muslims. It's happening all the time. I love when motherfuckers, I fear saying it to my mom. Oh, come on, dude. Please stop. How are you still alive? I live near McKinney. The crazy thing is that nearby Plano and Frisco, as well as McKinney, we've had large populations of Muslims for decades. Mosques are already around our neighborhoods. There's one down the road from me. I'm white. We all went to public schools together. They're acting like a mosque being built is something new. They're only afraid of getting taken over because that's what evangelicals do. Yeah. Wait, what? The campaign of Mary Peltola said it was focused on the issues important to Alaska and did not approve a message of support from Ms. Harris. Oh my God. Beast mode.
I have any number of videos of imams in America, modern day America.
Why do you have videos of imams in your phone? White people got comfortable again under Trump. These bitch-made cowards got the ahead to be racist from the president and are letting out all the resentment they've held on to since the civil rights era and made sure to pass down as much as they could. It's just like, it's just roach-like cowards feeling bold now that they have someone in power protecting them. Oh, for sure. For sure. It's funny you mentioned that because about an hour away in Oklahoma is Lake Murray. It was named after him because they thought he would block the building of the lake because of a synagogue in Ardmore, Oklahoma. They thought he'd ignore his bigotry for his ego. That's crazy.
Preaching sedition, open sedition against the U.S. Constitution.
Yes, every religion and every culture have its extremists and radicals, and they should be condemned wherever they exist. But that is not who we're talking about tonight. We're talking about families who have spent decades serving this community and raising their children here.
City Council told residents this vote was procedural, and they were just voting to make sure that the proposed site plan fits within the city's ordinances. The McKinney Islamic Association says it wants to build a prayer area, gym, cafeteria, and other rooms for various uses at this new mosque. City officials did say there are still other plans that have to be reviewed before the mosque can be built, but this was a major step in that approval process.
Derka Mohammed Hezbollah Nijat Hamas.
McKinney, Texas had a heated city council meeting where people spoke out against a proposed mosque.
Must Sharia law survive?
Man hilariously trolls city councilor Sharia-seeking Muslim. Oh, brother. Oh, God, this country, man. What are we going to fucking do about this goddamn country? Of course, Daily Wire loves it. Yeah, wondering how Ben Shapiro would react if they were doing this for the potential building of a synagogue, and someone came in with like full, like Orthodox Jewish garb, and did like, you know, like in the same way that this guy's doing, I guess, like, you know, Muslim face or whatever you want to call it. If they were doing that, what would Ben Shapiro say? Oh, it's Daily. Wait, is this the Daily Caller? It's not the Daily Wire. My mistake. This is Tucker Carlson's joint, Daily Caller.
And I'm here to tell you, this is a dangerous ideology you're allowing in their country.
Of course, there were also liberals there to spout out trademark liberal catchphrases.
We are a nation of immigrants and diversity, which was one of the best things about America. The melting pot is not a weakness, it is our greatest strength.
And in the crowd was a man who calls himself Dr. Matt Rostami. But on that day, he looked a little bit different, and some in the crowd didn't seem to get the joke.
Salam alaikum. My name is Mahdi Rostamizadeh Derka Mohammed Hezbollah Nijat Hamas. And today I am here to speak in favor of the mosque because we need the mosque as a first step to add a new board, the Sharia board. Hold on, you haven't seen? You have not even? Like, do I get to reclaim my time or will they boo me? Okay, so the Sharia board will have new implemented Sharia law rules through the mosque. So number one, we will have dress code. So all women that are overweight and obese will have to wear burqa. This, get your 10,000 steps a day, low carbs. You can figure it out. Number two, it also applies to the men. All men who are balding will have to wear turbans. Hold on. Okay, I'm good. So yes, that rule will stand. And once we have implemented that, we will change the United States Constitution with this mosque. The first order we will do, we will.
I think it's funny that it kind of feels like he's you know, trying to, I mean, it feels like he's trying to make fun of Islam for this audience, but the audience is so angry The audience is too angry to actually appreciate the joke that he is tailoring for them. Conservatives, once again, like, this is comedy tailored for them. I inferred he was libbed up. I don't think he's doing that. I don't think he's actually libbed up. I think he's actually, you know, being Islamophobic and like making a joke at the expense of Muslims. But they're so racist that they're just like, boo, I don't even want to say that.
Well, first,
partially because he's also brown.
we will first add to the United States Constitution, we will ban alcohol. And we are going to add it right here. Wait a minute. 18th Amendment. What is this? Transportation intoxicating liquors, therefore export prohibited. Wait, you guys already banned the alcohol already? Okay, that's okay. Wait, it was repealed?
Thank you. Next speaker is Ahmadine Al-Turi. Next up is Edward Arnold.
In the end, the mosque was approved, and it did not go over well.
McKinney now, there's a recall petition there that has been filed with the city naming the mayor and
I've been a McKinney resident for 20 years and have never been more ashamed at the behavior of some of its residents than what I see here tonight. The MIA is simply asking for what any church, synagogue, or temple in the city already...
No, he said he was there to mock Islamophobia. It just did not land. Yeah, I mean, partially because this is an unwinnable comedy skit because it's too crass for liberals and conservatives are too dumb to get the attempt at satire. Yeah. Yeah, so much so that Daily Caller thought it was hilarious, and those are conservatives because they thought he was actually mocking. They thought, like, conservatives, at least some conservatives, thought it was funny because they thought he was mocking Muslims.
He has the right to build a place of worship in compliance with our zoning laws and the Constitution of the United States. What we are seeing here is something else. We're seeing neighbors being told that their religion is incompatible with American values, despite the constitutional right to freedom of religion. We are seeing Islamophobic comments on social media. We are seeing a congressman using hate to con his voters into being afraid of their neighbors. This is about making people feel like they don't...
First attack ad against Penn Paxton.
This is Ken Paxton.
Oh, dude, I love this story. God, Ken Paxton has so many insane stories like this. This is just the fucking tip of the iceberg.
And this is Ken Paxton stealing someone's $1,000 pen. Here's what happened. The incident happened at the Collin County Courthouse, the same courthouse where Paxton would later be indicted for investment fraud. Paxton walked up to the trays next to the metal detectors, rummaged through them, and came across someone else's expensive Mont Blanc pen. He decided to take it for himself. The pen belonged to Joe Joplin, a local attorney who'd accidentally left it behind. It was a special gift from his wife. When Joe realized it was missing, he contacted courthouse security. This is the footage they pulled. Ken Paxton, on camera, stealing this man's pen. After the police got involved, Joe got his pen back. He could have pressed charges, but he decided against it because Joe's a nice guy. He'd never take someone else's pen. But he also hasn't forgotten who took his.
Hi, I'm Joe Joplin, and I endorse James Talarico for the United States Senate.
Vote.
Oh, God, Ken Paxton. What the fuck were the Republicans thinking, man? I genuinely feel like they're stress testing like how dumb Texans are. And honestly, I don't want to find out. I mean, we just watched the fucking... That was this region... This is Ken Paxton neighborhood, right? This is Ken Paxton town. The mosque issue is in what is this? The left is getting better at AI slop and is making the right nervous.
He earns $153,000 a year and owns 15 homes. Nobody knows how, especially not him.
How many of these can I claim as my primary residence?
His employees respect him so much, 8 of them personally called the FBI. He fired...
It's true. That is also true. God, he's so bad. Also, to be fair, this is AI slop ad, sure. But this unironically doesn't go the distance of what Republicans have been doing. Like, for example, when they I'll never steal your pen. Nice. Okay, James. So here's what's crazy about this AI ad. Republicans go way harder. I mean, they put me in a fucking AI ad with like the Ayatollah. Like when Republicans do AI slop ads, they will just make James Tallarico do illegal shit. They'll just be like, James Tallarico's a pedophile. Here is him. Here's this AI ad that we made of James Tallarico with a child. Like they literally have no chill. Okay? They have zero chill. Like Republicans do not have any standards on this stuff until we make it illegal. They're gonna probably get worse and worse over it. So I'm just saying, like,
At 4, it only cost Texas $6 million. He united Texas so well that Republicans and Democrats voted together.
Stop clapping, you fucking moron.
To impeach him. He once held a press conference about his scandals. He answered 0 questions and set his personal best in the 40-yard dash. His wife filed for divorce on biblical grounds, so he honored America's 250th birthday in London, the country we specifically left. A Texas town asked him if they could pause the data centers. 6 months and $450,000 later, he's still deciding. He is the most corrupt politician in the world.
I don't always need a lawyer, but when I do, even he votes for the other guy. Stay loyal, my friends. Dan?
insane Ken Paxton ad with Tallarico AI. Yeah, see? Yeah. New Trump-aligned org citizens for... Dude, see, this is what I mean. Like, everything that this AI ad, everything that is featured in this AI ad is real, right? This is all real information. These are all things that Ken Paxton did. The only thing that you can look at, and I mean, they even made him look more normal looking. They just made him fatter, right? Like, they actually couldn't, the AI ad couldn't get his ugliness down correctly. Here's how the Republicans did this months ago.
In white dresses with blue satin sashes, girls dust with hormones till they grow mustaches, changing the gender of all your offspring. These are a few of my favorite things.
What's crazy about this is like there are going to be Texans who think this is real. There are going to be probably tens of thousands of Texans that are like, I will never vote for that homosexual. I saw him wearing that dress and dancing. I promise you, bro. In Kentucky, they asked the fucking boomers why they didn't vote for Thomas Massie. And there were a decent chunk of boomers that said, I find it unfathomable that Thomas Massie was in an open relationship with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Ilhan Omar. Like a significant percentage of people that voted in the fucking primaries against Thomas Massie, their own congressperson, their own Congress member for 14 fucking years. They voted against him because they thought he was in a relationship with AOC and Ilhan Omar. Do you understand how fucked we are? There are going to be, in this election, tens of thousands of Texans who will have seen this ad, okay, from the Trump-aligned org Citizens for Sanity, that are dropping a 6-figure ad buy in the Texas Senate race for this 15-second clip of AI-generated James Tallarico singing a trans kid's rendition of Favorite Things. And they are going to sincerely believe that James Tallarico put on a dress and sang this song about transgendering your child. Yeah. I mean, here, Abdul, 4,000 puppies and kittens killed under his watch. Why they twinkified Talarico? I don't think they twinkified him. No disrespect, but that's just kind of how he looks. This is why we need more data centers. I just want to put it out there. I'm pro data center in my backyard, data center in my neighborhood. That's what I need. That's what we need. I hate thinking about that Clinton's quote. Republicans must have tested it if they're going to use it. Yes. Oh, yeah. Now, there's the other side of this, of course. If they tested it and they're using it, that doesn't always mean it's the best thing. It just means sometimes it means it's the only thing they have. So that doesn't necessarily mean it'll be successful. Unfortunately, in this case, though, I'm not exactly confident. I am not very confident that people will look at that and go, what the fuck is this insanity? There are a lot of people. Have you seen Kelly Loeffler looking very human?
We're all ready, so.
Okay. Administrator, we have some questions for you here at TikTok.
What's going on, Mac?
First of all, are you in the cabinet?
Well, actually I am. After I had an incredible conversation with the president by phone.
What the fuck? She looks like one of the Mass Effect aliens with a long neck. Also, from Michigan trying to convert MAGA in-laws to Abdul. They're afraid of Sharia law. Is there anything I can do, or is the Islamophobia too much? It's never too much. No, you can always deal with that. Figure out what they're interested in. It could be data centers. It could be Medicare for all. And hammer on those points. It could be Israel. There's a lot of cross-party appeal with Abdul's platforms, Abdul's policy platform. I want to hear back from you, chatter. I want you to talk to your MAGA in-laws in Michigan. Try to understand what they care about. Ask them a couple things like, what do you think about data centers? What do you think about DTE? Like, what do you think about Israel and like giving all of our tax dollars to Israel, stuff like that? And then explain to them what Abdul's positions are.
To become SBA administrator, he texted me and said, actually, you're going to be in the cabinet. That's a really big deal. And it is, because the SBA administrator.
Remember when this lady was running for office in Georgia and she had to like dress down? Like she had to dress up like a hick? That was really funny. That was awesome.
Isn't guaranteed a spot in the cabinet. But because President Trump knows that small business is big business, this is a cabinet spot now.
What's your favorite thing about being small business administrator?
Well, obviously being out with small businesses, whether I'm walking a factory floor with a small manufacturer or in a small family-owned generational restaurant, I can see the impact that the...
What's wrong? I don't understand. Why is she Slender Woman?
The SBA is having through the work that our team does every day.
Last question. How tall are you?
With or without heels?
Without.
Let's just say without heels, I'm 5'11" and a half.
Thank you for your time.
So eerie. What's an upcoming race you got your eyes on? Florida. Angie Nixon for Senate, Elijah Manley for Florida 20, and Oliver Larkin for Florida 25. All right, this Moss thing is making me sad. I'm skipping it.
We have finally reached a low point in the debate over biological men playing in women's sports. This week, the best and brightest minds at the WNBA, they got together behind closed doors to determine the eligibility of trans athletes. Now, unfortunately, they just could not figure out an answer to one very important, critical question. What is a woman? Instead, they drafted a statement bashing fans. We're going to read that statement to you straight ahead. Also, notorious YouTube star and child entertainer Miss Rachel has some big feelings about our country. Not too good. She's now calling for reparations and endorsing communists for public office. You kids watching? We'll also hear from Nancy Grace on the big new twist in the Luigi Mangione case. And we're going to give Comrade Bill de Blasio one more shot. He's here. We're going to try and get his thoughts on the DSA-backed friends that are now leading his party. And at the very center of this so-called movement is a podcaster named Hasan Piker. Apparently grew up rich, lives in luxury, now pretends to be a communist. Now, Piker frequently says...
Wait, if I'm pretending to be a communist, then no problem, right?
believes some of the worst things that I think you'll ever hear, and yet he campaigns with top Democrats for the Senate, other candidates across the country. Take a look.
When his ally claimed America...
Oh, my God. I don't want to watch another one of these, dude. I'm so tired. He's digging in, Unc. Scott Jennings is using new clips now. Yes, he's getting fed the clips from RNC. This is the Salem media attack. Don't worry.
This week's pain.
America deserves
this week's pain. It brings me some pleasure to report to you that this week's pain belongs to the Democratic Party, and the pain comes in the name of the terminally online streamer called Hasan Piker.
Coming for you, Scott.
He is this wealthy socialist internet streamer who has spent years saying the most radical and offensive and politically toxic things imaginable. Hasan Piker has defended Hamas.
Hamas is 1,000 times better than the fascist settler.
Okay, see, these are truthful statements. It's not a defense of Hamas necessarily, but at least like he can add his seasoning onto it. But having said that, there's at least an element of the truth as opposed to the previous iteration.
Colonial apartheid state.
I stand by that. I'm a lesser evil voter, and therefore I would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time.
He has expressed sympathy for violent extremists.
Oh, you want to see a Houthi musical?
Sure.
These were the people that the Saudis were killing, by the way. Just so you know, these fucking musically gifted individuals.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I need the money, guys. I'm gonna grab my
food. He says America deserves 9/11.
Get some mujahideen, a brave soldier, his eye hole with their. Isn't that how he lost his dumb eye? America deserved 9/11, dude. I'm saying it.
And he has built an online following by feeding young leftists a steady diet of anti-American poison.
Dude, I love this music. It's so terrifying. You got to watch out for this guy. Dog, if Hezbollah is a terrorist organization, America is the top terrorist organization, which it is, by the way. America is the top dog in terrorism, and so is Israel. We do terrorize quite a bit. The Crenshaw clip is genuinely your best work ever. Props. Mary Peltola has formally rejected Kamala's endorsement. Do you imagine what would centrists do if some DSA candidate did this? Yes. I can imagine it. I can. they would assassinate that candidate. Yeah, my point is I want us to stop. I want us to stop terrorizing other countries. You don't know how badly I was here for the days where you said crazy shit like that? Wait, what do you mean? Like, none of those. Okay, the Dan Crenshaw one is crazy for sure. But as far as like the other clips that they're talking about, like, I am willing and able to explain my position on some of these clips, on all of these clips, as a matter of fact. It's not like I don't think I'm saying anything that is like, it's out of line and it's out of pocket and it's unexpected from someone running for office. It would never happen, right? And all people who are running for office has to say is like, I don't agree with them on that. Why the fuck would I? However, notice how he's being a little bit more careful with his clips this time around. Interesting. Anyway, we'll that one is I don't think that one is as defamatory as the previous one. The previous one is a grade A exhibition of like how to smear and slander and defame someone. Fox said they are clipping you. Fox has said they're clipping you. No, I know. It's not Fox. It's the Republican Party. Fox is simply the media apparatus of the Republican Party. It's a propaganda apparatus of the Republican Party.
And tonight...
That's all it is. It's the RNC that's doing it. It's the Republican Party that is doing this. And they're going to continue doing
Let's
it.
talk
Which
a little
is part
bit
of the
about
reason why I
wokeness.
want to sue at least some of the more like some of the very clear-cut defamatory statements to cut the winds from their sails a little bit. Yeah, it was the Republican Senate Majority PAC that got that clip compilation and posted it. And what's interesting about the Republican Senate Majority PAC is it's not like they watched all of my VODs from years and years ago. I wonder where they got it from. I know where they got it from. I'm not going to say it. I think we all know who's feeding them the clips, which ironically enough is the establishment media is far more sensitive to litigation. Yeah, exactly. No. That's like the big part of the reason. So Jennings is on Salem. Jennings is at Salem, which is another major Christian network, right? Christian broadcaster. And Faulkner repeated that defamatory claim on Fox News. These major institutions, major corporations are far more sensitive to this kind of litigation. So I'm gonna pursue both of those avenues. They shouldn't have, they probably should not have just leaned into random people sending them clips without actually, checking to make sure that those clips are correct or accurate before running on a fucking smear campaign like that.
Wokeness it has come for Scott Jennings. Scott Jennings, the #1 blue-haired wokester on the CNN panels, has a lot to say about Abdul El Sayed. Yeah, septum pierced. He has a lot to say about Abdul El Sayed and African Americans. Let's talk. Let's take a listen here.
On top of these candidates, in their own words, their surrogates are just as bad, even worse,
Surrogates.
actually. We continue today our exploration of the radical socialist streamer, Hassan Piker. Now, he's Abdul El Sayed's best friend, and he campaigns for him all the time. And African Americans out there, within the sound of my voice, need to listen up, and you must listen.
Yeah, dude, this part was also kind of funny. He's like, yeah, African Americans, you must listen up. Yeah, this guy's got, first of all, I mean, right off rip, it was just referring to black people as African Americans is a pretty clear-cut telltale sign. It's not as bad as saying blacks, right? Which is another thing that Republicans do all the time. But just like across the board, when a white guy says African Americans, you know exactly what's going on there. It's like, this is a person who is uncomfortable. Okay. Not exactly comfortable. It's not as bad. It's not as bad as blacks, which is like the worst of well, I mean, there's varying degrees of slurs, but check on second monitor. Oh yeah, I know. It's Stalkman and Sex Pestiny are trying to openly collaborate with Scott Jennings, who is literally slated to become Trump's press secretary, by the way. Liberals, guys. These guys present themselves as liberals, and they're openly collaborating with the guy who's in the running. Out of Kerry Lake, Spencer Pratt, Scott Jennings is one of the top three voices to be the next White House press secretary for the Trump administration. These guys claim to be liberals, by the way. And there are still fans in their communities that unironically believe that these guys are actually liberal voices. Okay? At some point, you got to give up on the grift, man. Just, we know what you are. We know what you're doing. Yeah, reposting Elon Musk's screeds about how I'm doing white genocide.
Carefully. This is who socialists like Abdul El-Sayed choose to keep for company. Just listen to this. Hasan Piker in Cut 8.
I don't give a what black people care about. Oh, black people care about this. Black people care about that. Like, shut the up. That's not how politics works. Oh, well, Hasan, how dare you? Like it or not.
Like the amount your lib brain is fried. You don't want us to refer to black people as black, neither African American. What do you want us to refer to them as white? What? No, white people who think they're being woke and polite, or even like not so woke and polite white people, when they say African American, instead of just saying black, are revealing that they're not very comfortable. There's a difference between referring to black people as black people versus referring to black people as blacks, right? Racist people oftentimes refer to black people as blacks. A little bit less racist people, but still kind of uncomfortable with black people type of people, refer to black people as African Americans.
Black people care about this issue. It's like, it's such a fucking stupid stance. Any other black folk want to engage in radical activist language in this fucking chat? Suck my Yes, dude. It's because I'm racist. That's why. It's because I'm racist, dude. Go back to a better time when lynchings were happening. This is what I like as a black man. Are you always doing too much with black people? Leave them alone. I want to go back to lynching. Like, I get it, but relax. Man, shut the up, okay? You got me, okay? You got me because I'm a racist person.
You just heard campaigns all the time for Abdul El-Sayed in Michigan. He campaigns for other Democrats around the country. Every black voter in this country needs to listen to this. And if you look at these Democratic primaries, black voters have been voting against the socialists, only to be overruled in many cases by young, privileged white commies. Might these black voters find a home in the Republican Party this fall? Well, if Democratic campaigns are adopting the Piker plan of returning our country to lynchings, that just might happen.
Okay. All right.
Can I start? Because I have a lot of thoughts on this.
Please.
I'm collecting myself.
As our resident wokester.
Yes. First of all, what Hasan was doing in those clips is technically anti-woke, right? It's dark woke. It's him making fun of people who are being ridiculous and policing things that he's said, which is, if you paid any attention to Hasan Piker and you cared about presenting an accurate depiction of who he actually is, you would understand. Secondly, clipping people out of context is one of the most evil things that you can do on the internet, and also for your own cause, by the way. Like, if you really think that Hasan Piker is a racist, you should be able to find real clips of him actually being a racist instead of making fun of his opponents. And I really think some idiot at a Republican opposition research firm handed this to Scott Jennings on a silver platter, and because they haven't bothered to learn one or two things about what Hasan Piker actually does, they ran with it without checking it. And now Hasan Piker, as I'm sure you have this, Griffin, is in litigation for defamation because they were too stupid to actually do the legwork of figuring out what he really does on his show.
I don't think they're too stupid. I think they don't give a shit. They
Some
don't
of them
care. They don't care whether it's true or false. They have decided he's going to be a boogeyman. It doesn't matter whether there is a basis in reality or not. And so over tens of thousands of hours of content, they clip a few things that are completely misrepresent his views. Yeah. You think Hasan Piker wants black people to be lynched? That is fucking insane. And that is a monstrous thing to say about.
Yeah, that's like an absolutely insane accusation. Like, that is, I mean, it's so outside of the realm of truth. I don't know how to fucking, I don't know how to respond to it even. Yeah, it was either actual malice or reckless disregard for the truth, not stupidity. Yeah, no, it is. It is. Of course it's malicious. It's from the RNC.
Someone, especially someone whose entire politics are deeply committed to equality and to human rights and to anti-racism. To do that is so sick. I am really glad that Hasan is going after him.
Yeah, what's also wild about this conversation is, like, the first two clip compilations unironically come from someone who is right-wing, falsely claiming to speak for all black people and stating that all black people care about the border, like in defense of more aggressive immigration policies, especially at a time when we all know that the underlying motivation for the anti-immigration policies stems from white supremacist attitudes, right? It's white nativism through and through. As a matter of fact, this was happening right around the time when the Republican Party was aggressively claiming that Haitians were eating cats and dogs, right? Like, it was a ridiculous assertion that person was making. A ridiculous assertion.
Because this crosses a line beyond, like, good faith misinterpretation or, well, he did say that they deserve 9. No, or this goes way beyond that and is.
What is this? Can't help but notice this is an all-white panel. What are your thoughts on Brianna Joy's thoughts on the woke woman's crazy commentary? I feel like her and Erica really don't like your movement. I don't know how to feel about it. It's because this is a vague concept. It's because it's a vague concept and most people just don't understand it. That's it. That's all it is. That's why people are just like, I don't fully comprehend what you're saying. And instead of trying to tackle it sincerely, I'm just going to go ahead and claim that what you are saying, woke 1 versus woke 2, what you're saying is, like, we should drop any kind of representational politics, any kind of investment that we have in equity, social justice, things of that nature. And that's not the point at all. That's never been my advocacy. What? The actual clip of you is responding to a black Republican talking about repealing the 3 strike rule. Yes. And then he says the DAs are woke. I know what the actual
thoroughly
clip is. We already
disgusting.
watched it.
I don't care whether you love or hate Hasan Piker. Everyone, the way you did, Emily, should call it out. And, I don't think it's cute or funny. I think it's genuinely disgusting and monstrous and a fucking evil thing to do.
It's evil.
Don't you think that AOC and Zoran did that with their comments on defund, though? I don't. I mean, I talked about what Zoran was doing as far as like defund when he was running for office over and over again. He basically said, we're dropping the slogan, and then explain what the slogan actually is. And people liked it. Keeping the head counts the same. I've gone through this already. Lindsey Graham TTV is Friday Wins Gaming happening. I'm actually going to be ending the broadcast soon, as a matter of fact, after this video is over, because I have to film the film the pod.
Well, and the only thing I
Gaming
wanted to add
Sunday.
to that is that I spend a lot of time with people on the right. They genuinely don't understand Hasan Piker, and some of them is because they don't bother to, and some of them is because they're stupid, and some, you're right, Crystal, they just literally don't care. But they're going to care when they get a defamation lawsuit, and I think it's great that he's going after it, because he should.
Yeah, well, like Scarborough, when he did his whole like unhinged, spittle-laden rant against Hasan, is like, oh, I've never watched him. Then what are we doing here? And he also was lying and misrepresenting the comments that Hasan has made about October 7th in service of his, unhinged meltdown tirade.
They fundamentally don't understand streaming. They don't understand when people are on for 8 hours a day. They're going back and forth, being sarcastic with the people that are throwing questions at them. Anyway, yeah, I just co-sign the point that it's evil.
And Ryan, to you, I would ask, I've seen a lot of attacks on Hasan as he is connected to all these lefty progressive candidates. Clips like this are probably getting retweeted by like Neera Tanden and people like that. So is there some sort of crossover alliance happening between these Scott Jennings types and these more centrist establishment liberals?
There's some for sure. Maybe like the Michael LaRosa guy and those sorts of folks are pushing it if they still count as like even Democrats at this point. The question for whether or not it rises to defamation will be whether or not really it's an assertion of fact, or if it can count as this like over the top like hyperbole, because like and if you're somebody who is always spouting over the top hyperbole, you interestingly, you kind of get more protection from courts.
Alex Jones used that defense. Yeah.
Right. Because people are like, oh, like,
but it didn't work.
He always says crazy stuff. Right. It did not work because he was making factual claims that were knowably false when it came to Sandy Hook. To me, Jennings is making a factual claim here.
He does at the end. He makes a factual claim about
he doesn't make an assertion. He doesn't speculate. He just straight up says it as though it is a matter of fact.
He's making a factual assertion that is factually untrue, and it is demonstrably untrue. And Jennings either knows or with a tiny bit of diligence would have known that it was untrue, which makes it malicious, which is the standard for defamation. I hate defamation cases because people overuse them to restrict people's ability to have speech, debate, and argue.
Right.
But there also needs to be some check on lying about.
Look, people have lied about me for a decade, right? Neo-Nazis on the internet, people who claim to be liberals but align with neo-Nazis on the internet. But there's a different, like, I've been pretty open, right? I have openly refused to pursue litigation in almost all of these. This crosses a line. This crosses an unbelievable boundary because it's such a fucking clear cut. Like, saying that I support racialized lynchings is such an insane statement to make. That, especially when paired up with the fact that this is coming from a major right-wing broadcaster, Salem. It's also been highlighted by Fox News. Harris Faulkner talked about it. She also made this claim as well. And not only that, but also the fact that it's actually circulating, or it's originating from the RNC, the Republican Senate campaign. Like the Republican Party's midterm strategy is directly connected to this. I think it's certainly a bridge too far. I have to do something about it.
On affirmatively lying about people in such a dangerous way. If you don't like what he says, like criticize what he says, but don't fabricate things that he never said and then condemn him for that in a way that then gets circulated and is like genuinely dangerous and also just corrosive of like the idea of public debate. So yeah, I hope he does go forward with this, and Jennings has to like think about like and people in the future have to say, because we're in this space, and Hasan has made this point that we have two standards for what's allowable in conversation. If you are supportive of Israel in general, you can say whatever you want about people who are critics of Israel. Doesn't have to be true, can be completely blatantly false. And that is just the norm that is allowed within our current media structure. That's changing. And as it changes, like this could be one of the things that forces a change where people like Scott Jennings, who is literally working for a radio station, radio network, whose chief strategy officer, Brad Parscale, is a registered agent for the Israeli government.
Yeah.
Like,
and has gotten specifically for this $50 million. $50 million just for Salem and just for training AI, training websites that are specifically designed to make AI more pro-Israel.
That's the program he was on is under the guidance of an Israeli agent. And if those folks have to check themselves a little bit and think, oh, wait, I actually have to pay attention to what I'm saying here, and it has to have some basis in fact or truth, then I think that's a good thing. And we have to get to that place. Because this world where one side can just lie all the time and the other side says true things and gets raked over the coals for it is unsustainable.
Well, but I just want to say on that point, this is why Griffin's opening joke about woke Scott Jennings is a really good one, because Scott Jennings would have complained for years about people on college campuses, like professors on college campuses, people with some legitimate power, saying whatever the hell they want to say about accusing others of racism or whatever it is. And that's a really serious accusation. And the reason, then he's like flipping around and doing the exact same thing. And in a way that is so cynical. It's just like completely undermines any credibility that anyone ever wanted to have. If he wants to be a critic of the corporate media, this undermines your credibility. Say that no Americans trust media, this undermines your credibility. Like, how can you say that again? And that's again why it's also important for people on the right to understand what Hasan Piker does, which is reject a lot of the woke pieties that were foisted by, in some cases, the Hillary Clintons of the world onto the left. And so if you want to make an argument against Hasan Piker, you sure as hell better understand what he's actually doing, which was rejecting, in many cases, political correctness from those very clips that he showed as some example of him calling.
Yeah, this is why I get mad about the woke 1, woke 2.0 dynamic, because I've never been the type of person that cares about like someone saying, all black people care about insert right-wing reactionary thought, right? And yeah, I'm vulgar and I'm blunt. And I think a lot of people, when they hear that, especially from this package, they think, okay, white guys being really fucking racist to black people. But that's, I guess, part of the reason why I get very, really... That's why I'm the warrior of, I guess, quote unquote woke 2.0, because that is literally the weaponization of identity to justify two ideas. Number one, black people are monolithic, and two, black people believe as a monolithic force very right-wing, very reactionary things, when that's not the case at all. And if you, of course, scour through the quotes on the Snopes.com article, you very quickly find out I'm actually addressing all of those other things as well, but they clip it to completely reduce its context to me just going, I don't care about black people, right? If you keep talking about this issue, you're going to cook your legal case just like Ethan cooked his by talking about it? Wait, what? No.
for lynchings. Like, it is just based on a willful misunderstanding. In some cases, Crystal, I think you're totally correct. It is cynical. They don't care. But again, a defamation lawsuit does make you, to Ryan's point, have to think about it and exert a modicum of care.
Yeah. And I'll just say to the liberals who think this is great, or they're going to quietly be happy about it because they want to make Hasan a boogeyman just as much as the right does, if not more, because it's more directly existential to them right now and their grip on the party. Like, if you think the right views you any differently, you are so delusional. They think you're all communists. They think you're all socialists. They think you're all, most importantly, obstacles to their own power. They will not hesitate to use these very same disgusting, shameful tactics against you. So get it together. Let's focus, people. Let's focus on what is, more important here. And, and again, this shouldn't be a left-right thing, because this could literally be done to absolutely everyone, which is why I've defended many people that I vociferously disagree with when they have been smeared or canceled and things have been done to them that I thought were, unfair and unjust.
Well, speaking of people who are focused, Jill Biden's ex-staffer, Michael LaRosa, former guest on this program, is continuing the tirade against AES and seems tangentially also related to Hasan. Let's take a listen to him on Fox News.
I want the Democrats to win. I think they're going to win the Senate. I think they're going to win the House. I want Chuck Schumer and Brian Schatz to be the next majority leaders. I want to do it without. And that can be done. But this isn't what I signed up for. Totenkopf and SS and defending it, and then defending Hassan Piker is just not the leader of my.
I love that. I love that he goes Grand Platinum, Totenkopf, SS, acting as though Abdul defended that. He didn't, and then he just sneaks me into the conversation like me. My situation is the same as like having a Totenkopf tattoo. What a psychotic thing to say.
Party. And it's okay for Democrats to say that. My old boss, Chris Matthews, was on TV this morning saying Democrats just need to do the hard part for politicians, which is sometimes standing up to your friends.
Wow. Okay. A few
I like
things
how it
here.
says now solar eclipse in Europe on the screen.
Quite an eclipse. Don't look directly at LaRosa. You need some
snippet from the Estate interview. After my experience hands-on with some of these campaigns all around the country, I have begun to realize something. A big part of the reason why the Democrats never have a bold vision or an agenda is because they have the easiest time hitting the electability argument in the primary and then the harm reduction argument in the general. And that's the reason why Chuck Schumer's popularity is in the gutter. That's the reason why Hakeem Jeffries is not nationally popular either. And that's because people wanted more. People wanted the Democrats to fight back. They wanted Democrats to represent them, and they lost confidence in the party.
I want to untangle what you just said. Like, what the argument you're making is, and I think it's a true one, honestly, is that in the primaries, it's about the scary left and how unelectable they are. And then the general, it's, hey, we're better than these Republicans. And at no point to your argument is that really an argument for what they will provide people. At no point is that an argument that centers voters and their concerns, that there is a struggle independently for the moderate establishment lane to speak to the reasons of why Trumpism exists in the first place.
Yeah, and they have no answer for this, and yet we've had an answer for this even before Trumpism became a thing. And that's my argument. We've had the same exact answer since the 90s. We've had the same exact answer since the ironic third-way neoliberal pivot under Bill Clinton, welfare reform, NAFTA. Trumpism in some respects, even down to the white nativist anti-immigrant agenda, is hearkening back to like the 90s Democratic Party. Anyway, all right, I gotta go. When was this interview? Earlier this week. I'm wearing the same suit that I wore the day of. This was before I went live that day. That's all I got for today, though, folks. Only 6 hours. Apologies for that. And I gotta go. I have to go. I'll be back tomorrow, and we'll have some more fun. We'll have some more fun tomorrow. All right. Peace, everybody. Love you all. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hostile people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There it is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving Greening's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL we march the goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to sea. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll do jet advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.